Hello and welcome to this, our 225th live stream, Ancient Egyptian Pyramid Scheme. This is, of course, talking about our Monday video, which happens to be on the topic of slavery as it regards to the building of the ancient Egyptian pyramids. And if you haven't watched that already, please go check that out. It's a very interesting video. After the live stream, of course. Well, we're glad you could join us here for this Friday live stream. And like usual, the rules are going to be the same as always. So we will get right into this here. The rules are, Super Chats have priority. Okay? No issue there. It's true on every YouTube channel. Non-Super Chat questions, we take them, but begin your question with a Q and a colon so we know they exist. No Q and a colon. We're not really sure it's directed to us. So at that point, we got to go, maybe, maybe not. Okay? So, only post non-super chat questions once. Question spamming will get your question disqualified for the night. No surprise there. If you reference a verse in the Bible, we ask that you give us some context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. All right? Because we're not going to hunt all over the Bible for it. Also, we do allow people to sponsor Super Chats. And if you do, that's okay. Just copy the question into the Super Chat so we don't have to hunt for it. It saves us time. So, and finally, for any question, one question per chat. Question stacking is just not fair to the community at large. So, Ryan goes, how does putting a Q in front help of a question highlight it for you? We know it's tagged. We look for that. Okay? Because otherwise, we don't know if you're asking somebody else in the live chat a question. Because we do have a very educated community here. So that's how we know it's highlighted, directed to us, per se. Exactly. So, no Q, no colon. We just assume it's maybe directed to somebody else. Yeah, we might take a question that doesn't have a Q and a colon in front of it. But if we have a Q and a colon for it, we will see that and we will just assume that it's directed to us. Okay? And how do I know if it's a repeat? If I see it more than once. It's not any more scientific than that. So, so that's basically how it is. Now, a little bit of a heads up here. Vancouver, the area surrounding Vancouver, is having a really awful fire season right now. Air pollution is at a 10. It's the worst air pollution Vancouver has ever had, as far as I know. And at least since they started tracking this stuff. So, the air here is thick. And I have very bad allergies. So if you hear me cough, sniffle, snuffle, sneeze, any of that during the live stream, you'll know what it is. Okay? Yeah, it's very hot in Vancouver right now. Very hot. And humid. Yeah, it's 81% humidity right now in Vancouver. Yeah, I'm kind of dripping. It is just sweltering. And we can't have the doors open. We can't have the doors open because I have serious respiratory issues. So, yeah, this is we're in a sauna here. We're in a sauna. Okay, so there's the fun. Now, we don't have any non-super chats in reserve or super chats in reserve today. So what we are going to do is we are just going to go right into, say, the super chats and start going at it. Our very first question here, right from the top, is from Pablo Marquez. Off back. Is the Israelites could have created a story where they are saved from the Egyptian dominance, but already in the land of Canaan. Is this a good objection? Well, if you're going to create a story, why don't you create a good one? Why don't you create one like the Babylonians did? That they were born of the gods. That's a good story. Or as the Egyptians, the gods created mankind on a potter wheel. That's a good story. The Egyptians were created on the potter's wheel by the gods after the gods were created in Egypt. Yeah, make yourself sound a little more noble. Oh, there's also an issue with this particular objection too, which is that scholars pretty much admit that the Song of the Sea, which is Exodus chapter 15, it dates to probably the 12th century BC. It's believed to be one of the oldest pieces of scripture. So this is not conservative scholars. This is critical scholarship. Guys like Mark Lucher. Okay? If guys like Mark Lucher are saying that, oh, this is a piece of this is a origin story that dates to the 12th century BC, well, that's like 50 years after the conquest. It's just really bizarre that you would just make up a weird story 50 years after the events. It's like so close. There's so much propinquity between the creation of that story and say the events themselves, or when those events were supposed to take place. Why would you do something weird like that? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Dossman. Right, like an 80s action movie. Exodus. Last Exodus. Linguist Ammo. Liverani is crazy to think that they invented the Exodus. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's totally nuts. But, guys like Liverani are also believe in sort of this peaceful infiltration theory, too. And it's just like, where's the evidence for that? There isn't any evidence for that. Mid 12th century, you got Israelite settlements popping up all over the place. And that is contemporaneous with the earliest Israelite origin stories. So if it's contemporaneous with the earliest origin stories, then wow, that's a stretch to think that, they just settled in there and then they made up this tale of shame. I mean, it's essentially, look, nobody wants to think that they came from slavery. I mean, it's natural, especially with old cultures where there's a distance between, say, the origin story and the time of the founding of the nation, where those sort of the greater the gap, the more fantastic the tale. Because people want to think they're from royalty. They're descended from kings. If you look at, for example, how Rome saw its origin story. Yeah, you had Romulus and Remus, but they tie that to the Greek kings that preceded them. So, and they tie that to the Aeneid. And there's these different ties that the Romans make to puff themselves up in their national origin story. You don't have that with Israelites. Israelites is, yeah, we came from slaves. We didn't do anything ourselves. God saved us. That's for a national origin story, that's a pretty crap story. I mean, it's on par as with the American origin story, which is, yeah, we were being taxed, so we rebelled against the British. You know, if you're going to invent a story of your origins, invent a good one. Oh, the Chinese, they came from the gods. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like that's how origin stories work. They don't. I mean, if they're so far back that they go into, say, obscure, murky histories, they tend to go. They tend to be attributed either to gods or kings. They don't tend to be attributed to rebels and scum and slaves. Dossman, taxes are stupid. American foundational myth. Well, yeah. But you see, that's because proper text. But hey, that's the way that origin stories work. The closer the origin story is in its foundation to the society or founding of the nation itself, sort of the more ignoble it is. So I don't think this is a good objection. It's not a good objection. It flies in the face of the evidence, and I'd sort of laugh at this one, honestly. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, so thank you, Pablo, for that question. Next question here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I pray all is well, Doc and Mrs. Producer. Apart from the weather and the allergies caused by the weather, fantastic. The question is, if your life had an anime intro, what would the song be? I'm not sure my life fits with an anime theme. I mean, my life's pretty weird. Even beyond anime weird. It's too fantastical for anime. No, definitely not Astro Boy. I thought about maybe, Knights of Sidonia, or what's it called? The theme to Black Lagoon. Or the Winds of Harmonice. I mean, the theme to Wings of Harmonice is beautiful. It's absolutely a gorgeous theme. But I don't know if it's that appropriate to be my life's intro song. I mean, I even thought about the theme of Orange Road for a bit, because that's kind of weird and trippy, and there's psychic powers involved. But no, I've never thought of a theme that would be appropriate for my life. Darkblade, 2 minutes behind. Hoffmeyer also makes this lame origin story rebuttal to Exodus mythicism. It's so lame. So lame. Alright, so, no, I don't have a theme song that I would pick from anime that I can think of on the, Mama. So, no memoir, no anime. Sorry. I would watch the Dr. Cairo anime. You and one other, maybe. AJ Higgins, Mama, he's got a manga instead. Yeah, just it's too weird. Too weird. I mean, even sort of what's it called now? Timelining my life has been weird. So yeah. Mm. Okay. Dossman, I prefer the light novel. Okay, next one here. From Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are there archaeological discoveries that have convinced you that God specifically helped preserve them for the modern world? I've never liked that approach, that argument. I mean, I do believe in providence, but I also believe in general providence too. That all things are working together for good for those who are in Christ Jesus. Okay? But I don't think that things are being preserved just for this age. I don't buy that. I think what it does tell me, though, is there's always been a lot of evidence out there in the ground. We just haven't dug it up. Just by knowing that the little that we have found has been so incredible, that just tells me that there's even more in the ground to be discovered. So I think it's that we've got just this little taste, got a taste of what archaeology can offer. But because of lack of funding, because of lack of resources, access to the sites, we'll never get the full picture. But Ryan Cohenkamp asks, how much stuff do you think is still out there? Like, what percentage have been dug up? In Egypt, about 5%. 5%. Yeah, 95% of Egyptian civilization is still buried under the sand. And how we know this is because of the satellite mapping project done by Sarah Parcak, who she went all over Egypt, took satellite photos from all over Egypt, and identified sites that are still under the ground. So 95% of Egyptian discoveries is still buried. And we have to think that that's true, even more true for, say, Israel, where we don't have those same benefits of all those digs. My own border, the giants took them. Yeah. Mama, that Zahi Hawass won't let her look into it. No, he won't. No. If she finds anything good, he'll just give it to one of his relatives or cronies. And that's the way it works over there. Mile Mortimer, think about the Spinosaur fossils. Yeah, you want to go actually to Morocco for that. That's where you want to go for that. Yeah, you don't really want to go to Egypt for the Spinosaur fossils, even though it's called Spinosaurus aegypticus. The big deposit of Spinosaur fossils, you'll find that in Morocco. Hey, Jay Higgins, read it in my book. I found it. Read it there. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of that in his interview with Joe Rogan. Oh my gosh. No, that was kind of sad and pathetic, but hey. Okay, so no, I don't believe in this idea that God preserved it for this age, but the fact is that we have it in this age, and we are being blessed by that. So, Darkblade asks a follow-up question here. Is it theoretically possible that some of the still covered data or permanently gone data includes stuff that debunks a biblical story? Sure. Sure there is. You always have to be open to that. You always have to be open to the idea that one of two things: either the biblical writers got it wrong, or you misinterpreted the biblical story. Oh my gosh, there's so much of that goes around. Hey, if you dig something and you find what you expect to find, well, you've made a measurement. If you dig something and you find something you don't expect to find, you've made a discovery. Now, when you've made a discovery, you've got to ask, well, did I not expect it because I made wrong assumptions? Did I misread the text? How did I screw this up? Because there's a whole lot of that going around. There's a whole lot going around that people just screw up, especially when it comes to biblical interpretation. Because the Bible does not give its secrets easily. You got to struggle with the text. You got to really sort of think, did I get this right? One of the big sort of thoughts, like for example with Shishak, it used to be thought that Shishak conquered Jerusalem. The text never says, though, and so when people found the Bubastite portal and Shoshank I's record there, and they go through his cities, and Jerusalem's not on the list, but the towns surrounding Jerusalem are. Now scholars had to say, well, okay, let's go back to the biblical record. Does it actually say here that Shishak conquered Jerusalem? No, it doesn't. It basically says that he was bribed not to. So, a lot of the biblical principle that bribes work. It's exactly what you should take away from that story. Corruption is effective. Yeah, so there's going to be, so we've had to go back to the biblical text in light of several archaeological discoveries and go, well, are we reading the text as it's telling us, or have we imported our own suppositions into it? And that's really what we have to do when we do these discoveries, is we have to say, okay, what does the text actually tell us, and what's the actual our part in our misinterpretation? Another big example of this was what's sometimes called Albright's great mistake. Okay? Albright's great mistake. Albright thought that he had evidence for the Israelite conquest because he was excavating all around the Levant and finding all of these destroyed cities. And he thought at the time, well, I got this great evidence that all these cities were destroyed. And he assumed, like many people did at the time, that the Israelite conquest was the Israelites moving in, destroying all these hundreds of cities, and leaving every city a smoking pile of rubble. Well, when people started analyzing the results, it was discovered, well, okay, some of these cities were a century earlier, 2 centuries earlier, 3 centuries earlier, or 3 centuries later. They didn't all coincide with the same time. So this basically demolished Albright's thesis that the Israelites had come in and conquered during the 13th century. But there was a problem here. The problem was everybody was misreading the biblical text. It doesn't say anywhere in the biblical text that Israel destroyed and burned to rubble every city encountered. In fact, we now know today that when the Israelites moved into Canaan, that they only destroyed a select number of cities, the cities they haremed, the cities of the Amorites. And the rest, they moved into. They occupied. As it is said in the promise, you will live in houses you did not build. You will eat from vineyards you did not plant. You will reap from fields you did not sow. So there's a whole lot of presuppositions that get poured into the text over time that we just sort of accept as fact, and archaeology comes along and it demolishes those assumptions. And we have to be humble enough before the data to understand what is our assumptions, what is our biases, what have we misinterpreted here? Because that's really, really going to be important. Yeah. Yeah. This is why we have to always follow the data, wherever it leads. So, is it possible that we will uncover some data that could debunk a biblical story? Sure, it's possible. Hasn't happened yet. I doubt it will happen, but it could happen. You have to be prepared for that if it does. And then you have to ask yourself, well, is it the biblical story that's being debunked? Or is it my interpretation of the biblical story that's being debunked? They are different. So, hope that helps. Next super chat here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. As you have read countless literature, has it deepened your understanding of your own imagination process and how it works? No. It's deepened my thinking in a lot of ways, but it hasn't really deepened my understanding of my own imagination process. Here's one of the things I think is sort of a lacuna when it comes to, say, the effects of literature, especially on the process of writing, because this is where you're going to get this the most poignant, is in order to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader. You have to be a good reader. You have to attend to your craft. You have to write a lot. An awful lot. Okay? So the whole idea of imagination, there's a lot of good books, instructional books on writing. Okay? Like I'm reading 2 right now that are very good. The Art of Subtext is one of them, and it's a excellent book. The other one is that I'm reading at the moment is called, I believe it's called The Art of Emotional Writing or something like that. Started reading this one last night, so I don't remember the topic. Emotional. Oh, sorry, The Emotional Craft of Fiction. How to Write the Story by Moss. It's an excellent book, too. Okay. But one area that I have never seen done really, really well is a book on, say, the imaginative process in writing. And I think a lot of it is because, say, those who write books on writing tend to be people who plan their writing. Say, because here's the thing. The imaginative process is really one of those things. It's magic. It's magic. It's where you get to play with writing. It's and I saw a recent video on this, and where somebody said, well, maybe if you feel that your writing is dead, like you've written a project and it just doesn't hold anything for you, and you feel like the writing is kind of dull and boring and all that. One of the causes of that is people who overplan every detail, so there's nothing left to discover. It is possible to plan yourself into boredom regarding your book or your story. It's taking out the imaginative process and putting in good planning instead. And planning can be really helpful. I mean, there are some writers that can only write with planning. You know, Brandon Sanderson is one. He's a dyed in the wool plotter. But if you want to have a story where you play with text and you get to imagine different ways of using sentences and all of that really nifty stuff, that neat stuff, you have to use your imagination. You can't plan it. So, but I think there is call. There is actually a book by Salvador Dali where he takes that non-planning process and applies it to visual art. We don't have an equivalent book for writing, the imaginative process in writing. So I think it's one of those things where I think this is a lacuna. Somebody should write a book on this, which means I'll probably end up doing it. Whenever somebody says, you should write a book on this, I know, we got tons of stuff to write on. But anytime someone says you should write a book on this, or should do an article on this, or do a paper on this, usually means you volunteered. Or were voluntold to do it. Ryan Cohn-Cap, fine, I'll do it myself. Yeah. Okay. Harry Stark asks, which classical Christian writings, such as Jane Austen or Charles Dickens, would David recommend? I don't recommend classic authors. And there's a really good reason I don't recommend classic. There's a few exceptions to classical fiction that I do recommend, but I generally don't recommend classic authors. I think they're a bit out of touch. I believe you should be reading modern fiction. You're living in a modern time. You have modern problems. There are things that have come up in 200 years that didn't exist 200 years ago. Okay? So, I don't recommend classic fiction as a rule. There was a time when I was really into classic fiction, but it does to me. You mean outdated? Oh yeah, really outdated. Mama, Charles Dickens was not a Christian author. Oh no, he wasn't. Ugh, ick. The guy was a creep. You know. Yeah, he wasn't a Christian either. No, he was creepy and not a Christian. But I generally do not recommend classic authors. I think if you're reading fiction that's older than 100 years, you should probably start looking at things a little more modern. Yeah. balance it with modern writers. If you love classic fiction, go for it, but I don't recommend it. I'd rather people read stuff that's written by authors that are alive today, who are good writers, not any writers. There's a lot of slop today, a lot of filth being published today. But find yourself good indie Christian authors that are alive today. Support their work. They're the ones that need your help. The estate of Tolkien doesn't need your support anymore. Okay? Just saying. Just saying the state of Tolkien does not need your help. Okay? They're doing just fine with their billions. Okay? Just saying. Franco and Cap. So I shouldn't read the Egyptian Book of the Dead? Oh, that's not a fiction. That's not fiction. That's a spell book. Hey, if you want to read a spell book, go for it. Just don't do any of the spells. Yeah. That was a practical guide to the underworld. And the Book of the Dead was the Afterlife for Dummies. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. The Afterlife for Dummies. Oh boy. Dustin Meeks. Thing is, there are some bad modern garbage these days, so I prefer classic stuff over it. Yeah, but then you're in a sort of a negative feedback loop. Okay? You're not supporting modern authors, you're supporting classic authors. So your modern authors can't live, they're not getting the support they need. So what's happening is the classic stuff is still being published. Estates that no longer need the money, and publishers that are not giving money to the estates anymore, because at some point that runs out too. So publishers like Penguin are getting fat on the classics, and what happens is your modern authors are starving, and no more new fiction. Yeah, only the bad ones remain. So by not supporting modern independent Christian authors, you are, in a sense, driving them out of the market. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I'm going to also say, though, too, and Mrs. Producers has basically reminded me of this, is that it's also the duty of modern Christian authors to get good. Improve their craft, because they've got two strikes against them. One, independent fiction has the reputation of being slop. Well, today, trad publishing authors also have the reputation of being slop. It's not as bad a reputation, even though it's in some ways it's worse slop. Okay? The other strike is that Christian authors have a reputation to be not very good at their craft. So it is the responsibility of independent Christian authors to up their game. Up their game. Make good stories. Make fun stories. Make entertaining reading that edifies. So, and reach down into your reader's psyche and tap on them emotionally. Get them to love your character, or hate your character, or despise the bad guy. Get them to hate Chin. Get them furious at Maddie. Get them disgusted at Gardner. Make sure that every one of those components, your everything from your citizen villain to your cosmic villain, is something that will leave an emotional impression upon your reader. Harry Stark, is anger really good for their blood pressure? Yeah, but you know what? If your reader is angry at a character in your book, they are emotionally vested. You want that. You really, really want your reader to have... The worst thing that could happen is a reader reading through your book and they don't care. They don't care. They don't care what happens to your protagonist. They don't care what happens to the characters. They don't care what happens to side plots. They don't care. Worst thing that can happen. And I do some volunteer editorial work for certain authors. I don't get paid for this, but I do it as a service. It's a pay-for-it service. Okay? Where I will actually read their books, critique them, and send back my feedback. More often than not, I get characters I don't care about across my desk, or even worse, characters that I dislike. Not just dislike. I mean, disliking, you can dislike a character. The character does not have to be likable. But I'm so disgusted by a character that I will DNF the book. Did not finish. Okay? Darkblade says, so not caring is worse than actively hating the book. Actively hating the book is actually worse than not caring. Actively hating the characters. Okay? So, you don't want them to hate the book. So if you were to put this on, say, a spectrum, you want... The worst thing that can happen is they hate the book. And there's a lot of reasons why they can hate the book. Next on the tier of bad you don't want is not caring. And then, if they hate the characters, that's okay. They can hate the characters all day long. You can hate a character, but find them fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. You can absolutely hate what a character does. You can find them morally repugnant. You can find them just childish and awful and menacing. But you can still find that character so fascinating that you still keep reading. Because it's like watching a train wreck. It's like watching a train wreck. Yeah, nobody takes pleasure in a train wreck. At least you shouldn't. You shouldn't take pleasure in a train wreck. Yeah, if you take pleasure in a train wreck, there's something wrong with you. But it's like watching a train wreck. You can hate a train wreck and still not tear your eyes away from it because it's so fascinating to watch. So, if they hate your characters, that's fine. But you don't want them to hate your book. Yeah. Well, yeah. There is unintentional hating too, but... Dustin Meek says, Dr. Falk, you're right, because there are good authors, but when you keep coming across badly written stories, you feel like you're wasting your time. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping... I did solicit a community post last week for Christian indie authors that are good, that have been published within the last 10 years. And we are trying to read through those suggestions and come up with a list of recent Christian indie authors that are good, so that people can go and the criteria is pretty straightforward. They have to be published in the last 10 years. They have to be indie published. So no Big Five publishing. Okay? So we're not going to allow Big Five publishers to participate in this because they get enough. They get enough. We do insist it be science fiction. And, it just, again, this is just where we're supporting a particular niche here and saying, okay, here's what we would recommend. So we got a list of that, and we are going to be going through that list and reading them and saying, okay, is this good? This is not good. Where do these rank? Mama says, apathy is a feeling you never want to inspire. Oh boy. Yeah, that's the death of a novel. That is the death of a story. Dylan Biggs. Is Sloppy a character you guys have in your novel? Oh, yeah. It's in book 2. It's in book 2. Yep, it's in, it's in this book. Okay. Yes. Sloppy is fascinating. Fascinating. AJ Higgins, does small pubs yet trad still count? No. No, we are really going to be because frankly, small publishers still play by trad publishing rules. So so we don't count those. We do look those up. We found that when we started looking at this, there were some people who claimed that they are small pub trad presses, but a lot of them were actually imprints of the Big Five. We saw one guy who claimed that, well, this is a small press, it's, and then you looked him up, and they were bought by Random House. Okay, so once you're bought out by Random House, you lose that status. You're now part of the Big Five, even if you're an imprint. Okay, so I think we will move on at this point. Darkblade, is he the one based on the Scumbag Youth Pastor? There is a character based upon the Scumbag Youth Pastor in book 2. He's also in book 1. But he's a scumbag. Okay, next question here. We will take here Andrew Gouler's question here for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. The psalmist talks frequently about the bulls of Bashan. Does that mean Bashan used to be a region similar to Colorado, with large wild bulls roaming about? Yes. This was an area, Bashan is an area which included the Golan Heights and Syria. And there was a kind of wild bull called the Auroch. Auroch. And it was this massive wild bull that sort of was known for being untamable. They did actually would capture them and occasionally and domesticate them, but they were very, very difficult to control. They were huge, and they were absolutely huge. Much, much larger than domestic cattle. But, yeah, the bulls of Bashan, they were these wild aurochs, and they're found all across Turkey, Syria, and even into Europe. So, absolutely, cool stuff, very cool stuff. But they went extinct in the 16th century, I think, AD. So they haven't been extinct all that long. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Michael Heiser presented some evidence that early Christians and Jews thought Jonah was swallowed by a sea dragon. What do you think of that possibility? I think it depends on what side of the bed I get out of. The text only says that he was swallowed by a fish. Okay? The problem here is a fish is pretty vague. So, is this a sea monster? Maybe. Is this a whale? Maybe. Don't know. Don't know. We're not told. So, Andrew says a fish, not a whale. Well, here's the thing. In Hebrew, in Israelite, cladistics, which is a categorization of animals, zoology, a whale is a fish. Anything with fins and swims in the water is a fish. In the Hebrew mindset. So they didn't have another word for whale. Everything that swam in the water, a porpoise was a fish. A whale was a fish. A fish was a fish. Sharks are fish. Yeah. Basically, it's a generic term for anything that lives in the water and has fins. That's really the only criteria that the Israelites had for fish. Big Destiny, was a hippo a fish? No, it wasn't a fish. Because it didn't have fins. No fins. No fins, no fish. Jack Ray. They didn't have an extremely detailed classification for everything. Oh, horrors, no! You know, some cultures survive without having detailed classification for everything. It's amazing that they were able to live with that. Well, I mean, I've heard atheists say that, well, you know, the Bible has a contradiction because Jonah was eaten by a fish, and a whale is not a fish. It's like, dude, your modernist fallacy is your presentist fallacy is creeping in on your argumentation. Mama, literal Philistines. BC, dumbest objection in history. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. It's really dumb. That's mix. Yeah, that's just silly. But you know, that's what you have to deal with from some of these skeptics, is that kind of silliness. Would a penguin be called a fish? No. Yeah, but here's the thing: a penguin. First of all, I mean, they wouldn't. I mean, a penguin, they would recognize that as a bird anyway because it lives mostly on land. It has feathers. Penguins have feathers. Hmm. Flying fish do fly. Oh, oh, penguin. Where's I didn't see that. 902. Anyway, not important. Would a seal be a fish? No, seal would not be a fish. It has to have fins, not flippers. Okay? Flippers are not fins. So a seal would not be a fish. Sea cow might be marginal. A sea cow might be marginal because a sea cow has fins. Okay? So maybe. Submarine. Oh yeah, it's submarine. They'd probably just classify it as a leviathan and just be done with it. Forget the fish classification. We're talking chaos monster here at this point. You know, those submarines pack so much. A mama, a water bear. Oh, water bears are really weird. Oh my gosh. Um, yeah, tardigrades are just really strange beasts. They're tiny though. You can't see them without like a microscope. So, oh, they're stranger than they think. They're practically immortal. Tardigrades are practically immortal. Those things can survive in space. Yeah, they're tough dudes. There's something for Milo to write on. You can write on tardigrades. Yeah, Dustin Meeks, what? Wait, what? Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah, tardigrades are really crazy animals. Yeah, but you have to be really looking hard. They can survive in freaking space. I believe that's what I've heard. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can survive in a vacuum. Yeah, they're crazy. They can freeze. They can be frozen and come out of that just fine. Yeah, yeah, that's 300 and what was that? 300 minus 328 degrees. They can survive. Yeah. How many degrees shy of deep interstellar space? 100 degrees shy of deep interstellar space. Eh. Yeah, that's cold. Wow. And they can survive above boiling too. Yikes. Wow. Dossman, they are truly Lovecraftian. Well, at least they don't get big and have tentacles for no Cthulhu. We're not gonna do Cthulhu. All right. So to get back to Andrew's question here, um, it's really hard to say what. I mean, early Christians and Second Temple thought did try to rationalize these things in ways that they understood it. So they're recontextualizing Jonah here. So we just got to be cognizant of that thing, but we also do know that the text in Jonah itself, that text for fish, is very vague. It could be anything from a fish, a whale, a chaos monster of some kind. Anything here is possible, but we just don't know for sure because we just don't. The only thing we can probably exclude here is tardigrade because they're just too small. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Matthew Marcello for $2 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did manna fungus grow daily for 40 years? I would say it probably grew sporadically. At the time of the Exodus, the Sinai was a savanna. It was a savanna. So what you did get was intermittent rains. So you got seasonal rains, and within those seasonal rains, you would get seasons where you would get, say, manna, that fungus growing, that sort of desert truffle, growing more often than, say, during the drier periods. But then again, too, when you got the drier periods, that's when the quail would come. You also had, say, the fields pop up, and at that point they would pasture their flocks as well. So, Dossman, it's a fungus? From what I can best tell, yeah, it's a fungus. Here's the thing. The way that the Bible describes manna is the dew collects on the sand, and as the dew disappears, manna appears on the surface of the sand. And it appears in the form of these kind of like wafers. So and only occurs at dawn. So it happens early in the morning. So it doesn't happen at night. It does not happen at sunset. It happens very early in the morning. This is very, very similar to the life cycle of the ink cap, which is a kind of mushroom. An ink cap will form on lawns, okay? They don't show up in the middle of the night, but they pop up first thing in the morning. You get some dew on your lawn, and then suddenly the fungus fruits. And all of a sudden you get all these ink caps on your lawn, and you collect them quickly. You cook them up because they will decay within 6 hours. You only have a couple hours to cook them before they completely decay and are unusable. Seems to be something that happens with manna, too. You don't use it, you lose it. Okay? So I think it's one of those things that you really need to you look at the text and you see what naturally fits the text. Mama says, would it have been something that they would have had no experience in Egypt with? Was fungus common in Egypt at all? No, it wasn't. You didn't get a lot of fungus in Egypt. You certainly didn't get mushrooms in Egypt. Okay? There were no mushrooms in Egypt. Mushrooms in Egypt weren't a thing. The agricultural fields were too wet for mushrooms, and were basically there. Mushrooms did not have time to grow in Egypt, because the thing with fungus is it takes time for the actual living organism under the soil to grow. It takes years for a colony of fungus to establish itself. In Egypt, the agricultural land was constantly being covered every year with new soil. So there was no way for a fungus to establish itself in, say, the agricultural lands, the black lands. In the desert, that was never a savanna. At least it had not been a savanna since the Old Kingdom. So if there had been desert truffle in, say, Egypt, it would have gone extinct by the end of the Old Kingdom. So by the time you get to the Israelites, who are there from the Second Intermediate Period until Dynasty 19, they're not going to be there during the time when there is a lot of mushrooms in the area. Well, let's get to that question then. Ryan asks, but how does that naturally explain not growing on the Sabbath? Or was that a miracle? That was God holding his blessing back. Okay? So here's the thing. God is under no obligation to bless when you're doing something wrong. So, the miracle here, yes, the manna is a naturally occurring thing. Okay? But God also still has control over naturally occurring things. Like, for example, when you have the parting of the Red Sea, God sent a wind from the east to part the waters. Natural occurring thing, but but God has control over it. God also has control of the manna. So is it a natural occurring thing? Yes. Can God turn off the tap when you're not doing what you should be doing? Yes. You can do both. Bubble Homeschool says, according to the sacred mushroom, Amanita muscaria was part of the religious rituals in ancient Egypt, but that's according to the channeled spirit of a high priest through a mental patient. Okay. For those who don't know what Amanita muscaria is, that's fly agaric. Fly agaric. It's those big, massive red and white toadstools. The ones that you associate with fairy rings. Yeah. They are deadly poison, by the way. They're deadly poison. We do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it was a poisonous toadstool. I got some beautiful pictures because they here's the thing. They grow on the rotting roots of trees. This is one of the reasons why they form toadstools. These fairy rings is they start in a cluster where there had been a tree root system, and as that root system gets consumed, they spread out. They grow along the root systems. Yeah. So I got some really beautiful pictures of some fly agarics that I saw on the way to church that were growing on the base of trees, and not just base of one tree, all the way along down the road. At the base of each tree was 2 or 3 of these massive, and I mean massive, I mean they were like a foot across, fly agaric mushrooms. Okay? But Egypt did not have fly agaric. Okay? You need a certain amount of wet for that. Darkblade, those are those red mushrooms in Minecraft. Yeah. And I think they use them in a lot of places, like Mario Brothers uses fly agaric mushrooms. A certain game that a certain Mrs. Producer is producing has those mushrooms. You don't have a fairy ring, but you use those types of mushrooms when you clean up the glen. Yeah, and the people use them in video games because they're very, very pretty. They're very picturesque. So, super Mrs. Producer. Yeah, she's had as interesting a life as I have. So, bunny mushroom. Yeah, don't feed them to your bunnies. Don't do that. Okay. So yeah, manna fungus could go daily for 40 years within a certain season. Okay. We don't think that they grew in year round, but they also had other food supplies too that they could fall back on when manna did not manifest. So, Dustin Meeks, video game mushrooms look awesome. Yeah, they do. Ryan, this is a very weird foodie section. Mama, respect the alpha reader. Oh yeah, I do. Totally respect the alpha reader. Okay. Bad pun. What? So, so it didn't manifest sometimes? Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Oh yeah, mushrooms taste great when they're Dustin Meeks. Hey, mushrooms are pretty good. Once I had a mushroom burger, they're so good. Mushrooms can be delicious, and there's a lot of really great edible types. Um, yeah, don't eat the poison ones. And mushrooms are risky. You should cook them, but morels are tasty. Don't eat false morels. They've found out that those things are toxic now, even though some of the older guides are still recommending them. Um, um, go to a Chinese store and you can find all sorts of interesting mushrooms, like oh, what's it called now? Um, the black fungus, enoki. Yeah, there's just some really, really great, tasty mushrooms out there. Just beautiful. And they make awesome mushroom soup. The best cream of mushroom soup I've ever had used a variety of mushrooms from a Chinese store. Really, really tasty. Bubble machine. I used to hate mushrooms when I was little, and my sugar addiction was at an all-time high. Nowadays, I found a different high. Tasting how rain and moisture smells. Okay. Ryan Copenhap. They found out it was toxic. Ugh. Yeah. The one. What was really weird about the false morel? The false morel is a very strange mushroom, anyway. Um, it was one of those mushrooms. It doesn't kill you immediately. It kills you over time. So it's like this. You eat it and your body accumulates the toxin, and what happens is that toxin breaks down into formaldehyde. Okay? Then what happens is you develop a certain disease that's associated with formaldehyde poisoning. So they discovered this, I think it was in like the early 2000s, when an entire Japanese family just died. But the parents had this fascination with false morels. They were in a local community, in a farming community, and he would find all these false morels, and they taste great. They taste absolutely wonderful. There's nothing that you would say eating a false morel that would alert you that this thing is going to kill you. Okay, so yeah, only buy mushrooms from reputable sources. I mean, there are some mushrooms that you cannot mistake. They're so easy to identify, you can never mistake them. But they're very few, and you really need to know what you're doing. Never wild collect mushrooms if you don't know what the heck you're doing, or having a qualified mycologist as a guide. Yeah, and well, they discovered too. Yeah, yeah, it was what's it now? Yeah, false morel disease they call it. Um, and it was certain. Was it there's a certain disease that that it causes oh no. Oh, yeah. Um but yeah, it's but I have mushroom guides that still recommended them, and they were published in the 90s. So, this is really recent that they discovered how the toxic how it was toxic and all that. And Cohen Camp. I would hate to eat the true morels. They're delicious. Those you can eat. Those are really good premium mushrooms. Okay, let's get it back to the super chat. What? Yeah? Indie publishers, okay. Chow Yi, would you consider Brandon Sanderson's publishing company Dragon Steel Entertainment to be indie? Possibly. The problem with Sanderson is he's not Christian. He's Mormon. Okay, so, um, so we would exclude him from consideration, not necessarily because he's not indie, but because he's not Christian. So we got to be careful about that too. Not everybody that claims to be a Christian is a Christian. Like for example, the vampire series, Twilight, written by a Mormon. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So yeah. So just to keep that in mind, Brandon Sanderson's not a Christian. Okay, he's a member in good standing in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He's a Mormon. So that would exclude him from our particular list. Yeah, he's been doing that too. Dylan Biggs, he's been swimming in the progressive stuff here lately as well. Oh yeah, very progressive. Yeah, he's gone woke. Yeah. Mama says, I think I even saw a video that pointed out why there are so many big authors in sci-fi fantasy realm that are Mormon. Yeah, because the theology is very sci-fi-ish and fantasy-ish. So it dovetails into their evangelism. So, Bubble Machine actually barfs at the mere mention of the Twilight series. I get you. I understand completely. Dylan Biggs. Gender ideology and Christianity don't mix. No, they don't. Okay. Mama says from Papa says that Mormonism is a shade away from Scientology in that regard. There are, yeah, there's a lot of, say, fantastic elements to both. Okay. Joseph asked for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Why salt in the grain offering in Leviticus 2:13? Let's pull up our Bible and let's have a look. I can tell you the answer already, but let's just read the text anyway. Leviticus 2:13. Every grain offering of yours, moreover, you shall season with salt, so that the salt of the covenant of your God shall not be lacking from your grain offering. With all your offerings you shall offer salt. Why salt? Salt is a purification agent. It's a preservative. It's been used as a preservative since the Neolithic period. Salt has been used as a preservative for as long as mankind has been butchering meat. Pretty much. So it's the idea here is that the salt of the covenant. Okay? This is a metaphor. This is a metaphor that the covenant preserves you, just like salt does. Okay? So they assaulted their grain offerings? No, I don't think that's what they meant. Milo, because salt tastes good and keeps the nast away. Well, it does keep the nast away. It's a purification agent. It's always been seen as a purification agent. You know, even Christ talks about this when he talks about, to be the light and the salt of the world. The light gets the message out. The salt is your inner purification, your holiness. Okay? That's how Christ uses it. And Christ says, if your salt ceases to be salty, it's not good anymore. Well, salt was used in offerings as a form of purification agent. So your offering, your grain offering, is going to go one of two ways. Some of it's going to be burnt as a burnt offering, and some of it is going to be given to the priests. Both have to be purified. You don't know where that grain's been. You don't know if that grain has been hauled by ox cart, in which case it's ritually defiled. So it has to undergo purification. This, in many ways, serves in a kind of a similar way as, say, a sacralizing converter, where you're taking your offering and you're purifying it before offering it. So, something fell over. So, in that respect, every offering you do going to need some sort of purification. So that's what we see here is salt being added for that purification of the offering. So that's why salt. It's a purification agent, and it represents here the covenant that you keep to maintain purity. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next one here. Justin F. I'll take this one here from him. Could you explain the Egyptian concept of 110 years as a complete fulfilled life in regard to the age of Joseph at death? Literal age versus Egyptian metaphoric honorific. Genesis 50, verse 26. So, Genesis. Verse 26. Okay. So Joseph died at the age of 110 years, and he was embalmed and placed in a coffin in Egypt. Okay. This was an important symbolic, metaphoric age in Egypt. And it wasn't just applied to Joseph. Important magicians, scribes, priests were said to have lived for 110 years. From Papyrus Westcar, we have one incident where the magician, Jedi, was said to have lived to 110 years. Okay? So this is a common metaphoric age. And it was used, anybody who lived to a ripe old age, plus had an incredibly important life, was honored by being said that they lived to 110 years. You still see some of this happening in Africa. You know, I saw this little ceremony where this African woman, you know, she just got her PhD. She was like 28, and she was announced to say, "Oh, here's Dr. Such and Such, who's 40 years old." Now, remember at Sunny's party where she turned 40, and what a huge deal that was? We weren't told it was a huge deal. We were the only two white people, and we were dressed like bums because we weren't told how it was a huge deal. It was very formal, and they didn't tell us it was very formal. My wife and I, the only two white people at this African party. We were told it was a 3-year-old birthday party, not his wife's 40th birthday. Okay? But it was a coming of age, and we found out there that, yeah, it's a big deal, because now she's an honored elder. She's an honored elder. Jack Ray. well, it's not like you stuck out at all. Oh, wait. Yeah. Mama, oof. Yeah. Jack Ray at 40? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A woman who turns 40 in an African culture is an honored elder. Okay? Messianic Talmud. Always ask about attire. Number one rule. Well, I did. He just said, "Oh, come as you are." He wasn't gonna. We were grad students.
We were poor.
We're poor. Yeah. So Africans still do this. They do have these honorific ages that if you have achieved before you've reached that age, they'll ascribe you that age. And if you turn that age, then you get that honor anyway. So, Dark Blade, what part of Africa was this? Nigeria. This was Nigeria. Okay, so, yeah. So that was fun. But yeah, they this whole idea of Egypt having an honorific age for sages, yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. They did that. We have documentation of it. So they just applied that Egyptian custom to Joseph as well. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Matthew Marcello for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Is it possible to reconcile the accounts of the death of King Ahaziah in Kings and Chronicles? Yes, and we'll show you how it's done. 2 Kings 9:27-28, 2 Chronicles 22:8-9. Now, to do this, what we're going to have to do is first go to 2 Kings. 2 Kings 9 and then 27 to 28. Okay. When Ahaziah, king of Judah, saw this, he fled by the way of the garden house. And Jehu pursued him and said, "Shoot him too in the chariot." So they shot him at the ascent of Gur, which is at Ibleam, but he fled to Megiddo and died there. I'm just going to stop there because 28, then his servant carried him in a chariot to Jerusalem and buried him in his grave with his fathers in the city of David. Okay. The problem is going to be here in that word there. Okay? That word there is the Hebrew sham. The problem here is that that word is vague. It can mean there, or it can mean over there. Okay? We look at that and we think, oh, well, that's pointing to the exact place he died. No, it's not. It's kind of like, it's more like he fled to Megiddo and died beyond there somewhere. Okay? They're over yonder. Okay. So, BC, a Hebrew word, vague? I don't believe it. Impossible. Yeah, so, okay, now we go to 2 Chronicles. And chapter 22, verses 8-9. And it came about when Jehu was executing judgment on the house of Ahab, he found the princes of Judah and the sons of Ahaziah's brothers ministering to Ahaziah and slew them. He also slew Ahaziah, and they caught him while he was hiding in Samaria. They brought him to Jehu, put him to death, and buried him. For they said, he is the son of Jehoshaphat, who sought the Lord with all his heart. So there was no one in the house of Ahaziah to retain the power of the kingdom. Okay. So here's what happened. Ahaziah goes to battle against Jehu, loses, runs to Megiddo, and then from Megiddo runs to Samaria, where Jehu catches him, puts him to death, and then we pick up the narrative again in 2 Kings 9:28, and then he gets buried in Jerusalem. So that's the sequence of events. So you get he died. He fled to Megiddo and died over yonder there somewhere. But he actually he picks up from Megiddo, makes the trek to Samaria, and it's clear what's happening here is he's trying to get back to Jerusalem. He's trying to get back to Jerusalem. If you look at the map here of Megiddo, Samaria, and Jerusalem, it's clear he's trying to make that trek. He's trying to make the retreat from Megiddo to Samaria to Jerusalem to get away from Jehu. Doesn't quite make it. So that's, don't like the way I pronounce Ahaziah? Ah, well. I mean, it's Ahaziah. Ahaz? Ahaz? Ahaz. Ahaziah. Ahaziah. Better Dark Blade? I think I'm better with Ahaziah. It's not even Ahaziah. It's Ahaziah. There's no I there. So it's Ahazya. Ahaziah. Yah has grasped. There you go. Okay. Jack Ray, when has Dr. Falk promised great pronunciation? Never. Never promised that. Here's the thing. When you've learned 14, 15 languages, all the pronunciations get muddled in your head. So... Oh, did you? No. Uh, yeah, they do have public wish lists. Hey, Mama. Would you? Mama says, would you consider creating an Amazon Canada wish list for YouTube plus Bunny? Uh, Also, here's the thing: we don't. The reason why we don't is because we don't want to be, um, people. I don't want people to think that we're asking for handouts. So suggest things you would like to give us, and we'll look up things to put on an Amazon. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Um. Okay. Um. Air conditioners are kind of difficult here just because of the we don't have central air here. We are just in an and frankly, once sort of it hits mid-September, we're going to start getting the rains, and then we're not expecting rain for at least probably 2 weeks. Um, Actually, Jack Ray says, but Amazon Canada has to get through the Canadian postal system. Actually, they have their own couriers here because the postal system here is that bad. So Amazon can get things to us really, really fast. So we'll think about putting up um a Amazon public wish list, and we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah, Amazon Canada is a great way of getting stuff to us. It's a really great way of getting stuff to us. That's what Striding Hermit did. He sent it to us through Amazon. It was an excellent way to do it. Why so dim? I thought all doctors were rich. No, they're not. No, hardly. Uh, we've actually taken quite a hit thanks to the shadow banning and the email debacle. So we're actually down a lot this quarter. Yeah, we don't have central AC. Canadian apartments are not built with air conditioning. They think we could just sort of suffer for a couple months. Okay, email debacle? Yeah, they turned off Amazon turned off email notifications for YouTube channels. All of them. Now the big channels are not harmed by this because big channels don't answer your comments. But for a channel like ours where we respond to like 90% of comments, yeah, this is hurt us big time. Yeah, it's Dustin Meeks. Didn't the shadow ban affect several people? It affected a lot of people. It particularly targeted channels that do religion. And small channels too. Small channels and channels that do religion got really hard hit. Oh, for comments. Yeah. Yeah, for comments. BC, if you have a window, you can have a portable AC, and they can be amazing, especially in a bedroom to help sleep. We have an AC in the bedroom. It just doesn't reach to the living room. It doesn't have the capacity. Most of those portable ACs will not do beyond the bedroom. They're basically one room kind of ACs. So yes. Yes, I live in an apartment. We live in about a 550 square foot apartment. More ACs. More. Blue Dog, my sister-in-law had a similar experience with the lack of AC in Seattle. Yeah, it really sucks in the West Coast here. When we lived in Wisconsin, we had central AC in that place. I mean, we were living in a place that was twice as big, had central AC, and cost half as much. Ryan says, wow, any smaller apartment in that AC would be central AC. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, yeah. Rent prices here are a total ripoff. But they are across Canada right now. Okay. Next one here. Let's go to the next super chat here. CPU one for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Are all spirits that oppose God considered demons? No. No, they're not. Demons are a particular entity. They're more of a job description. To be a demon is more of a job description. It's kind of like angels. Okay? Angels is not really a class of being. It's a job description. An angel means a messenger. A demon means a doer. Okay? So think of it this way. Demons are sort of lower end spirits that go and do tasks for agents of darkness. That's what they are. So whereas angels go and deliver messages for God, demons go and they do dirty tricks and nasty tasks for higher evil spirits. Okay? That's what a demon is. There are many evil spirits that are not considered demons. Primordial gods that didn't keep their place. Okay? They would be not be considered demons. They would be considered principalities or powers. Okay? Watchers would be considered not to be demons. Council of Gods would not be considered to be demons. Okay? So not all, Ryan says, are all demons fallen angels? No, because not all fallen spirits were angels. To be an angel, you have to have had that task, that sort of job description to have been a messenger. Okay? So not all angels, not all fallen angels, or not all demons are fallen angels, but all fallen spirits, or all demons are fallen spirits. Let me rephrase that. Okay? Not all demons are fallen angels. Okay? Some are, some aren't. Not all fallen spirits are demons. So, there's this sort of classification that not every spirit is an angel. Likewise, not every spirit is a demon. Okay? To be a demon, you had to be fallen. But whether that's an angel or some other class of spirit, we don't know for sure. Okay? Ryan Cohencap, I'm going to need a Venn diagram. Yeah, it gets complicated. But this is the spirit world. Spirit world is complicated. There's a lot of complexity in the spirit world that we're sort of only kind of now getting a grasp on. So, who watches the Watchers? Exactly, yeah. Okay, so yeah, all spirits that oppose gods are not considered demons. Some of them are higher rank than that. A demon is a particular job function within the hierarchy of, say, fallen spirit critters. Okay, so that's the easiest way I can put this. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Julian Gentry for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Would you consider doing a Mr. EC show on various models of the atonement? Going through a few myself at the moment, and it's very complex. Yeah, it is complex. I'm not. I told Mrs. Producer about this. She loves the idea, which means we'll probably end up doing it. But I'm not so sure would be able to pull that one off. Because it is very complex. Very, very complex. And the way Mr. EC shows work is you take a large swath of theories on a particular subject. You condense it down to about 5 minutes. So you have to oversimplify it. And then you just give it a dirty sock rating. So doing that sort of thing, you have to really sort of condense and distill and break it down. And sometimes when you're talking about things like models of the atonement, a lot of nuance gets lost in that. So you have to sort of be very careful on how you do a Mr. EC show because of that. Now, some things lend themselves to Mr. EC shows a lot easier than others. Like, where is the Ark of the Covenant today? Theories for how to build the pyramids, stuff like that, where there's lots of theories abound. Various views of hell. Tons of views on hell. So those are things like, okay, that's interesting, yeah. Ganel the Base. Think of the demonic world like an organized crime world. Satan is the mob boss, and he has his own muscle and other things. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if he is or not. Okay, so Julian, maybe not. We don't know. Might do it, might not. Okay, Julian for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Got any resources, books to share on ancient Near Eastern customs, figures of speech, etc.? I want to understand idioms and cultural context of the Old Testament. That's a good question. I don't have any resources on that. For most of that stuff, I go to commentaries like I usually do. I got a huge library of commentaries, so I don't know if there's any specific books on that. As far as ancient Near Eastern customs, I would recommend Richard Hess's works, particularly his work on ancient Israelite religion. As far as figures of speech, that I don't have anything to recommend off the top of my head. So, but for ancient Near Eastern religious customs, definitely I would go to Richard Hess, his ancient Israelite religion. Okay, Esther. Good to see you, Esther. Long time no see. For $5, thank you very much for your super chat. Do we know why gardens in the ancient Near East were associated with temples? Yes, we do. And the reason why is because temples often had gardens planted outside of them. Often. In fact, you can go to Deir el Medina. In fact, you were there because I pointed this out to you, where we showed you the myrrh tree that was planted outside of the temple at Deir el Medina. And there used to be a garden out there of myrrh trees, incense trees, that had been brought back from Africa to plant in front of the temple of Deir el-Bahri. We also know that some early temples, like, for example, the Second Dynasty temple at Hierakonpolis, had a zoo. It had a zoo with lions and cheetahs and leopards and apes and baboons and elephants. Yeah, it had a whole zoo. So, temples had this sort of section where you sort of entered into this, what would be considered an earthly paradise. So you go into a temple through this earthly paradise into the celestial realm. So, Dossman, I want to visit the Egyptian petting zoo. It'd probably take half the exhibits would take your hand off. Well, I mean, at the Temple of Sobek, they had living crocodiles before you got into the temple. I'm not sure I'd be so hip on that petting zoo. Dossman, oh, hippo, they're nice, right? Mm. Yeah, it's a big friendly cow, right? Hippopotamus, that's like river horse. Yeah, that's the same thing, right? River horse, hippopotamus, same thing. But yeah, most temples have a a earthly paradise portion, and you can actually see this too in temple reliefs. So you go to places like Luxor Temple, and you can actually see reliefs on the walls of, say, trees and daily life, and so the peristyle hall was sort of the terrestrial portion of the temple, and outside of the peristyle hall was a real garden. Was a real garden. It was really cool, yeah. So, Mama, ooh, I hate hippos. The 11-year-old. Dustin Meeks, yeah, hippos are not friendly. No, they're not. Uh, you'd have to raise, yeah, you can raise hippos. Yeah, but it still, though, that one still took a chunk out of him once. Because it's so big, it doesn't know its own strength. Yeah, it actually caught him on a tusk once. It caught him once on a tusk. Yeah, that's when they stopped having them in proximity with people. Uh, Dustin Meeks, they kill a lot of people every year. Oh yeah, oh yeah, they're really aggressive. They'll attack boats. Yeah, yeah. If you hippos are very territorial, so you can be just taking your boat on the water, and that hippo will follow you under the water to try to destroy your boat. Candle the base. My high school mascot was a hippo. Every year they would play that stupid song at winter break. I hate it to this day. Darkblade, they even kill alligators. Oh yeah, they'll kill crocodiles. Yeah, they'll kill crocodiles. Hippos are not fun. Mama says, and they're jerks. They beat up their own children. Still the 11-year-old. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're awful. But yeah, that's temples in the ancient world had gardens in front. They were meant to be earthly paradises, or at least representations of earthly paradises. Some of them had zoos. We have the first zoos were essentially animals that were part of these gardens in front of temples. So they did, as far as I know, they never had hippos in those gardens. No, no, but they did have crocodiles. Like certain temples did have crocodiles in those gardens. They had lions, leopards, cheetahs, baboons, lots of baboons. They like baboons for some reason. Well, they call out too. They're very vocal. So, like, Egyptians used to think that the baboon would actually be praying. So, okay, so that's why gardens in the ancient Near East are associated with temples, because they were associated with temples. They're the earthly paradise before you go into the spiritual realm. Gandalf the Base, kind of a dumb random question, but do you do speaking engagements? Asking because I'm trying to gather people for a Q&A event to teach congregants about the context of the Bible. Yes, I do speaking engagements. I've got one actually coming up in October. I don't get invited to speaking engagements very often, but I do them. So, yeah, I do them. Nobody asks, but I do them. I get asked very frequently to do YouTube stuff. I don't ask to do speaking engagements very often. Yeah, some of this is a problem with being in Canada because people don't want to pay to bring me out when they realize I live in Canada. And the local apologetics community doesn't know I exist. Yeah, Ryan says Canada's a long flight from everywhere. Pretty much. Oh yeah, they'll pay for like IP's flight from Arizona to Australia. But once they find out I'm in Canada, nah. Well, I never go to apologetics conferences because it's too far away. All right, next one here is from... Okay, Aaron Richard for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Genesis 18, 1-15, did God himself visit Abraham? If he did, wouldn't there have been a need for sacred space? Okay, let's bring up our Bible here. Let's go to Genesis 18. (18) 1-15. Okay. Now, I want to point out something as we read here. Now the Lord appeared to him by the oaks of Mamre, while he was sitting at the tent door in the heat of the day. Oaks of Mamre. That is sacred space. This is a sacred oak grove. He's there in sacred space already. In the ancient Levant, people kept groves of oaks for religious rituals. Okay? So the oaks of Mamre are a sacred space. So he didn't have to go create a sacred space because there was already one there. And it's like if you walk into a church. Sacred space is already there. Okay. Verse 2. And when he lifted his eyes and looked, behold, 3 men were standing opposite him. And when he saw him, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed himself to the earth. And he said, my Lord. You notice here, Lord is in the singular. So who are the other 2 men? 3 men. He's addressing one as Lord. Who are the other 2? Tourists. The tourists photobombing the scene. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Mrs. Producer is tired and snarky. Okay, let's get on with this. We'll never get through with it. So he addresses one as Lord. My Lord, If now I have found favor in your sight, please do not pass your servant by. Here's what I think the other two men are. I think they're cherubim. Okay, they're your guardian cherubim. So he's showing up at the sacred site of oaks with two of his cherubim. He doesn't come alone. Abraham, get out of the frame, boomer. All right. He lifted up his eyes, and behold, 3 men were standing opposite him, and says, My lord, if you found favor in your sight, please do not pass your servant by. Please let a little water be bought, and wash your feet, and rest yourself under the tree. And I will bring a piece of bread, that you may refresh yourselves. After that you may go on, since you have visited your servant. And they said, So do as you have said. So Abraham turned into the tent to Sarah, and said, Quickly prepare 3 measures of fine flour, knead it, and make bread cakes. And Abraham also ran to the herd, took the tender and choice calf, and gave it to the servant, and he hurried to prepare it. And he took milk, curds and milk, and the calf, curds and milk, cheese. That's cheese! Cheese and milk, which he had prepared, and placed it before them. And he was standing underneath the tree as they ate. So he serves them beef, cheese, and bread. Not a bad meal. And they said to him, Where's Sarah, your wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will surely return to you at this time next year. And behold, Sarah, your wife, shall have a son. And Sarah was listening at the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, advanced in age. Sarah was past childbearing. And Sarah laughed to herself, saying, After I've become old, shall I have pleasure in my Lord, being old also. That's a sexual joke. Okay? That's a sexual joke. And the Lord said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I indeed bear a child when I am so old? Notice he doesn't address the sexual joke, only the childbearing. Is there anything too difficult for the Lord? At the appointed time, I will return to you at this time next year, and Sarah shall have a son. Sarah denied it, however, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, he doesn't put up with this. I love this. No, but you did laugh. She lies. She lies to the Lord. and he calls her out. He goes, Yeah, you did. Don't lie. I got you. So, to answer your question, he didn't need to have sacred space because he was already there in sacred space. He was amidst the oaks of Mamre. The oaks of Mamre are considered sacred space. They were used for lots of cultic rituals. And he comes with 2 of his cherubim. So, the cherubim will take care of any impurity of the sacred space. Messianic Talmud. Was this A&E version of fast food? Yes. It still is. It still is. You know, you order a platter of you go to the Middle East, you order a platter of fast food. What do they serve you? They'll serve you some cheese, some flatbread, olives maybe, falafel. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is ancient Near Eastern fast food. Yeah, on the basis. Okay, do we have data on that? What exactly were the Oaks of Mamre? How do we know about that? Because it talks about the all through the Old Testament. It talks about pagans worshiping around the trees. Trees were associated with pagan rituals. In fact, this is one of those, what we would call this a pre-Sinai exemption. Okay? The idea here is that what is allowed at first for the patriarchs is no longer allowed after Sinai. So oak groves were allowed as a holy place prior to the Sinai covenant. After the Sinai covenant, these oak groves get mown down for the most part because they're associated with paganism. They're associated with Asherah, particularly Asherah worship. So this is a pre-Sinai exemption. But there's lots of references to this in the Old Testament. Lots of them. And there's really not any... This is not really contested. Darkblade, if God was there, why didn't Abraham experience the trauma of holiness? That's a good question. That's a great question. We're not sure why he didn't experience it, but he certainly was motivated. He recognized this as the Lord. So, and it was enough motivation for him to slaughter the fattened calf. He wouldn't have done that for just anybody. Yeah, I think there is something to that. Yeah.
So we know they.
Yeah, my producer says there does seem to be some intimation that these angelic beings these divine beings can tone down the holiness. And she points to the passage in the New Testament where it says some have entertained angels unaware. Okay? So they are able to take on, say, simulacral bodies. And this answers the next question here by Ryan. But didn't the cherubim look weird? No, because they can take on simulacral bodies. They can look like humans if they want to. This is not a permanent body. This is not a flesh and bone body. It's not a body that is that can reproduce. It doesn't have DNA or blood or things like that, but it can look human. And to some extent, it can behave human. It can eat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ryan Cohen Camp says, brightness level 2 of 10. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, probably just enough brightness here, just enough holiness to show this is the Lord appearing. This is a theophany. But not so much as to freak him out. So I think that's what's going on there. Let's see if I missed any. BC, why did they accept this? They surely didn't need to eat. No, they didn't need to eat. But it's hospitality. You know, Abraham offers hospitality. They accept hospitality. Relationship is established. So yeah, this is a very common motif amongst, say, ancient Near Eastern cultures. Oh yeah. 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 My producer says this is one of the things that made Sodom and Gomorrah so egregious. You know, my producer says here that, you know, the angels were under Lot's hospitality and Lot's protection, and the men of Sodom violated that. Yeah. Yeah. Jonathan Walker says God is not going to deny Abraham's hospitality. If he did, Abraham would have seen it as an insult. Exactly, yeah. Messianic Talmud said that hospitality is definitely missing in most Western society, at least in comparison to other places. Yeah, and the people in the West don't even understand it. They don't even understand how important this is. So, not in the West, really. Even the Midwest doesn't have anything similar. So, okay. Keeps learning. Are there any oaks left? Not very many. Most of the oaks, there are a few left. A few have remained, but most of the oaks in the Levant, the oaks tend to have gotten cut down for lumber frequently. Like, for example, when the Israelites did their conquest, most of the non-fruit bearing trees were cut down, and the oak was considered a non-fruit bearing tree. So the prohibition was, they couldn't cut down a tree that bore fruit. So things like figs they couldn't cut down, but oaks were fair game. Yeah, well, they still needed wood for things. So, Ryan says, so no one's been sowing the oaks? There actually has been an attempt in Israel to restore forestation there. I'm not sure if oaks have been part of that, but they could be. So, it's possible they're restoring. I know there's been attempts to reforest Israel. So we'll see if they're how those reforestation efforts have been going over there. Mama asks, I wonder if the climate has changed too much to try to restore what it once was. Well, here's one of the things. If they can keep that going long enough, there's a good chance they could change the climate, create a microclimate by having a large enough forest in the area. So, but things like this take a long time. You just don't reforest a patch that hasn't had a forest for centuries overnight. I mean, they've been trying to do reforestation of Israel since the 1940s with various success. So some places it's taken hold, some places it hasn't. Okay. Let's move on here. AJ Higgins, composer for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Were the plagues an attack on Egyptian mythos? No, they weren't. And it's a lovely thought. Oh, this was an idea that was put forward by Currid, a Syro-Palestinian archaeologist from the University of Chicago who wrote a commentary, an ancient Near Eastern commentary on the book of Exodus. Unfortunately, as soon as you start scrutinizing this view, it just completely breaks down fast. Now, there's a lot of things that the plagues do represent, but the Egyptian mythos isn't one of them. At least not, say, the pantheon. So, but there's other cultural messages too that are associated with the plagues directly that the Egyptians would have understood that has nothing to do with the Egyptian mythos. There is a message within those, say, plagues that discusses, say, the decadence and, say, the lack of moral rectitude by the Egyptians. So that's more of an idea that the Egyptians were no longer holding themselves to their own highest ideals, but had sort of slipped into something more, let's just say, less noble. Okay? But this is something we're going to get into a lot when I write my book here. Jonathan Walker asks here, follow-up, speaking of which, how's the proposal or book coming or going? I'm not working on it right now because I have a project that I have to get done that I've made promises to finish, and that is going to hopefully wrap up around September 17th. Once that project's wrapped up, I'll be returning to the proposal process with the publisher. So we'll see what happens then. The publisher wants me to write yet another sample chapter for their acquisitions committee, and I'm not thrilled about this because they're already aware of my previous work, and they're being lazy. So, but no promises have been made to publish the book. This is just in sort of the proposal stage still. So that's where we stand with that, and I'll pick that up again after mid-September. Okay, so all right. Next one here is from Big Destiny. Thank you for the super chat. Good evening, Dr. Falk. Can you explain the theology of original sin? Is the guilt of Adam's sin on us? Much love. Okay. There's many sort of variants on the theology of original sin, but the idea is that the general idea is all sin originates from Adam's sin in the garden. Okay? Now, there is one view of this that's called, say, the genetic line of original sin. So, genetic original sin. This is the idea that Adam passed on the sin to his children. Okay? The guilt of his sin. And they passed it on to their children. And so on and so on, and it's through the line of the male. Okay? So, that's what's called the genetic line of original sin. Sin gets passed from the father to the children. Okay? So, that's one view of original sin, but it's not the only view of original sin. There's another view called federative original sin. And in the federative view, sin is passed down not so much because of a genetic line of descent, but because Adam represented the priesthood of all mankind. He was the designated high priest for mankind. He is mankind's representative. So when Adam falls, he is representing all of mankind as he falls. So in that way, original sin is not passed down because of genetics, but because the guilt is passed on. It's like a debt. It's a treaty culture, yeah. It's a treaty culture. Yeah. So basically, Adam's sin is a debt. Adam can't pay off that debt. So he passes that debt on to his children. They can't pay off that debt, but they can add to that debt. So Adam's children can't pay the debt, they add to that debt, and they take that combined debt and they pass it on to their children. And so on and so on and so on. Keeps learning. Why will we be guilty of someone else's sin? Because that's how the old covenant worked. It worked that prior to the new covenant. That was just the way it worked. This is also why, for example, you get in Jeremiah 31:31, that whole idea of the fathers eating grapes and setting the children's teeth on edge. Parents are sinning, and the children are paying the cost. So this is just something that this is what the ancient world was like. We live in a post-New Covenant world. In a post-New Covenant world, everyone is responsible for their own sin, whether they pay for it themselves or they hand it off to Jesus. That's New Covenant. Prior to the New Covenant, that didn't exist. Prior to the New Covenant, sin was a debt. And it was a debt that was passed on to your heirs. Just like financial debt was passed on to your heirs. We don't do that anymore either. You know, if your dad decides to rack up $1 million debt, the children aren't responsible for that. Not in the ancient world. In the ancient world, if you racked up 1 million denarii debt, oh yeah, your children went to prison and were sold into slavery for that. That's just how the ancient world worked. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Darkblade, the Mosaic Law explicitly prohibits punishing people for their father's sins. Yeah, but it didn't prevent them from... It didn't prevent the collection of a father's debts on the children. See, this is sort of that Mosaic Law here is anticipating Jeremiah. It's anticipating the new covenant. It's just not fully realized in Sinai. Messianic Talmud, to give his life as a ransom for many. Yeah, as a payment for many, exactly. So, but that's the way the ancient world worked. Your dad racks up $1 billion denarii debt. Your children and your grandchildren will pay it off. One way or the other. So, this, again, and sin was another debt. All sin is a debt to God. And you could not just clear it with your death. Your death didn't clear that. It had to be cleared by some other means. Keeps learning. What changes then did Ezekiel 18 bring? I can understand suffering the consequence of past sin, but to be condemned for the ancestor sin is difficult to accept. Well, that's the old covenant for you. And you're going to see that in Jeremiah 31. That's where you get this. That's the clearest expression of this is in Jeremiah 31. In fact, let's go to that. Let's bring that up again. Jeremiah 31, because it's a good reminder. Jeremiah 31. Okay. Let's see where we'll start here. Jeremiah 31. We'll start here at verse 27. Okay. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Judah with the seed of man and with the seed of beast. And it will come about that as I have watched over them to pluck up, to break down, to overthrow, to destroy, and to bring disaster, so I will watch them to build and to plant, declares the Lord. In those days, they will not say again, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. Again, that's that metaphor. That's where the fathers are eating these highly acidic grapes. It's wearing at the enamel, but the children are the ones feeling the teeth on their teeth. They're going, eh. Okay? But verse 30. But everyone will die for his own iniquity. So that's a change. Everyone will die for his own iniquity. Will die. Each man who eats the sour grapes, his teeth will be set on edge. Verse 31. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Israel. Not like the covenant I made with their fathers in the day I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. My covenant which they broke, although I was a husband to them, declares the Lord. But this is the covenant which I will make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my law within them, and on their hearts I will write it. I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And they shall not teach again each man his neighbor, and each man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for they shall know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, for I will forgive their iniquity, and their sin I will remember no more. Okay? So here we have that change. The old covenant, where not only you're responsible for your sins, but your father's sins, his father's sins, his father's sins, his father's sins, his father's sins, etc., going all the way back to Adam. In the new covenant, you're responsible for your sins and only your sins. It's a really nice covenant. And frankly, you don't even have to be responsible for that, because Christ will pay those off for you. It's a great covenant. But unless you understand that, you do not understand the old covenant. So it's just one of those things that we have to accept, that this is the way the world worked prior to the new covenant. So I hope that helps you understand this better. But that's also where a lot of this idea of original sin comes from, is that inherited debt. Yeah, Mama, new covenant, please, all day long. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. New covenant is so good. This is why the Israelites had to keep going through that sacrificial system over and over and over again. That whole sacrificial system where the temple stank with the blood of rams, lambs, and bulls. The temple stank. You couldn't go there without the smell of blood. Blood flowed out the gutters. No, this is important, hon. This is important. The blood, you had that, but this is the reminder of sin. to the ancient Israel. They go into the temple and they smell the blood. It reminded them that sin came with a cost, came with a price. And all this price did was cover it over. Didn't forgive it. It was white out. It covered over the sin temporarily, so they could continue to have relationship with God. Mama said no wonder incense was important. Oh yeah, and even that didn't do it. It masked it, sort of. Mm-hmm. The only thing we have kind of sort of similar to that sort of level of sacrifice today is, say, for example, in certain Muslim countries where they practice Eid. You know, that's the only thing, or the Hajj. It's the only place in our modern world where we see something even remotely similar to this. So, yeah. Darkblade, wouldn't a bad smell in the temple be considered profaning? Oh, no. No. Because they're washing all the time. They're purifying with water all the time, but there's only so much you can do. They're burning whole animals. They're cooking other animals. They're sacrificing outside the temple precinct. Outside the walls of the temple. That's where they're doing the slaughtering. It's not profaning. It's what's necessary to cover up the sin. So sinful Israelites can still have that relationship with God. All this does is, all these sacrifices ever did was covered it up so you could still have relationship with God and carry on. At least ameliorate the debt for the next generation. Because all this did, all these sacrifices did, was prevented God, basically satisfied God, so he didn't come collect on that debt. Because the very, very last thing you want God to do is collect on his debts. You don't want God to collect on his debts. That does not end it well for you. So, if he collects on his debts, that's bad. That's really bad. The whole fact is that those sacrifices delayed, covered up the sin, so that God wouldn't immediately collect on his debts, on what he's owed. So, you know, this is why the new covenant is such a good thing. God doesn't collect on his debts anymore. Because the sin is forgiven. Sin is forgiven. Now, there'll become a time when the sin gets so bad that God will put a stop to it. That's different. That's to preserve mankind. But as far as the covenant goes, you don't owe anymore the debt of your parents. You don't know the debt of your grandparents anymore. So, yeah, it wouldn't smell great in the temple, but it's not profaning it either. BC says here, inherited debt makes a lot of sense in societies with limited resources because harm was done and someone has to cover the loss. Yeah, it does. It makes a lot of sense. It's just terrifying, the implications of it. Messianic Talmud. It's sad to know there are some Jews who want to bring this system back. Yeah. Because they don't understand. They don't understand grace. They don't understand the mercy of God. They don't understand the new covenant. Okay. So I think we've covered that. AJ Higgins for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the Nestorian stele and early Chinese Christianity? I have a few thoughts on that. The Nestorian stele, I believe it's 5th century AD. If I recall correctly, Nestorian traders did make it as far as China. The Nestorians did have a quite the trading route, and they would trade goods from China across the Silk Road all the way to Egypt. Now, some of these Nestorians did have contact with Muhammad as he was formulating his Islamic theology, which is why he gets Christianity very wrong, so messed up. Okay, but the Nestorians, they managed to have that trade route to early China for, I think, something almost close to 800 years, 900 years. So, and the Nestorian stele does seem to indicate that the Nestorians made it to China. So, I think the stele is legit. We do know from the writings of Marco Polo that there had been Christians that made it, or at least those who claimed to be Christians had made it to China prior to him as his arrival. So, yeah, Mama says, like everything you wrote, so messed up. Yeah, exactly. So I don't doubt the Nestorian stele. I don't think it's a counterfeit or anything like that. And we do know that there were representatives of, say, those who had a Christian-like faith that arrived in China prior to Marco Polo. So, and those were probably the Nestorians. So, yeah, I think there's something to that. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AJ Higgins for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Was Emily Dickinson a Christian in your eyes? I don't know enough about Emily Dickinson to say one way or the other. I really don't read much of her work, and I don't know much about her life. So I can't really say. Don't know. But thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Again, this is one of those eras of say classical fiction or poetry that I just don't get into. Again, I'd rather read more current authors. Yeah, I'd rather read science fiction. Dark Blade, Nestorianism is God Jesus and human Jesus. Yeah, two separate persons. I don't see that in Islam. You do see it here in their formulation of the Trinity. Okay? What you see in the formulation of the Trinity is God the Father, Jesus, and Mary. Okay? So there does seem to be this idea that there's a human Jesus. That's where you're going to see that in Islam. Human Jesus, Spirit God, Virgin Mary. So what Islam is a misunderstanding of Nestorian theology. And we do know that he had contact with Nestorians. In fact, Nestorian traders were probably Muhammad's only contact with Christianity, really, when it comes right down to it. So you do see it you do see traces of Nestorianism in Islam. Because you're certainly not seeing Orthodox Christianity in Islam. Mama, oof. Yeah, oof, yeah. All right, next one here. I think we're getting close to the end. We're not close to the end here. Okay, next one here is from Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you for the super chat. Why is Deuteronomy 32 such a bizarre chapter? Oh boy. Where do we start? It is strange. I mean, everyone who has ever really gotten into Deuteronomy 32 just admits there's definitely bizarreness to it. I mean, you have dragons mentioned in it. You've got Yahweh portioning land. It's there's just so much weirdness about Deuteronomy 32, and there's also text critical issues involved as well. There's just a tiny fragment of Deuteronomy 32 from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some scholars think that fragment is authoritative. I don't. Just because the fragment is okay. Let's just back up. You have of the text families we have, you have separate readings, like for example, you have the Samaritan Pentateuch. It has its reading for Deuteronomy 32. You have the Masoretic text. It has its reading for Deuteronomy 32. You got the Septuagint that seems to have both readings mashed together for Deuteronomy 32. And then the Dead Sea Scroll seems to somewhat match the Septuagint. So Deuteronomy 32 is a text critical mess. Yeah, yep. The clown is really involved in that one. So yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess, and you're going to have scholars of good faith. I'm going to re-emphasize this: scholars of good faith that are going to come out on different sides of this issue. I don't think the Septuagint is the oldest reading. Okay? But at the same time, I think that the way the Septuagint was sort of pieced together, there does seem to be a harmonization of multiple texts for the Septuagint. So, because I think there is a harmonization, because you see this in other Septuagint readings too that are much longer than what you'd find in, say, the Masoretic text. But as for the contents of Deuteronomy, yeah, it's strange. It's strange. And frankly, the most difficult readings in Deuteronomy 22, and until if you've got a good sound reading for it and it's still a difficult reading, most text critics say you go with that, and frankly, that's the Masoretic text reading on this. So yeah, it's a bizarre chapter. It's got a lot of bizarre features to it. So especially that whole thing about the dragons. The dragons spitting venom. The Tananim spitting venom. That's a fun part. Okay, so we don't know why it's so bizarre. It just is bizarre. Darkblade, what's weirder between Deuteronomy 32 and First Samuel 13:1? First Samuel 13:1. First Samuel 13:1 is a text critical issue. Um, Deuteronomy 32 is just the content strange. Just the content is strange. Deuteronomy 32. Let's go to 32. And the part that's so weird about this is, let's see here. I mean, it's not even verses 8, 8 to or 6 to 8 or something like that. 8, yeah, it's verse 8 here to 9. That's not even the most weirdest part, 8 to 9. But there's some strange stuff in here. You know, like verse 14, the curds of cows, the milk of the flock, the fat of lambs and rams, the breed of Bashan, that's that again, those aurochs and goats, with the finest of wheat, and the blood of grapes you drank wine. Blood of grapes. Very illustrative, but a bit strange. Sacrifice to demons who are not God. But there's a lot of strange stuff in this particular one. Verse 22, for fire is kindled in my anger, and burns to the lowest part of Sheol, and consumes the earth with its yield, and sets fire to the foundations of the mountains. So, yeah. Verse 33, their wine is the venom of serpents, and the deadly poison of cobras. That serpents, it's Tananim, it's like dragons or large lizard reptiles. So, I would recommend anyone who wants to go get into the details of Deuteronomy 32 do so with the help of preferably several commentaries, because there's a lot of strange stuff in this passage. A lot of strange stuff. The dude's a dude. Venomous T-Rex. Yeah. Well, that's kind of interesting too. Oh yeah. Well, here's one fun one of the things they found out about lizards in general. A lot of lizards have venom glands. You know, most lizards don't have venom that affects humans, but they have venom. I mean, most famous one in the North America is the Gila monster. Gila monster is well known for its venom, but people, well, not many people keep it as a pet, but they actually aren't they don't make bad pets though. Gila monsters, they don't make. Yeah, Gila monsters don't make bad pets. One of the things about the reason why Gila monsters are so make okay pets is because they can't reach around and bite you like a snake. So they're easy to handle. But like Komodo dragons actually have venom. Because one of the things they used to say is that, well, Komodo dragons don't have venom, but they have 50 kinds of bacteria in their mouth. Well, one of the things they discovered is, okay, a Komodo dragon bites a victim, and then an hour later, that victim is dead. That victim is dead. Bacteria doesn't work that fast. Bacteria won't kill you in an hour. Okay? They won't kill you. It doesn't kill you in an hour. So they finally figured out that what happens is that the Komodo dragon has two venom glands that line the bottom jaw. So the venom is produced with their normal saliva. So it's that venom that kills the prey quickly. So, and they found now that a lot of lizards that hunt do this, have these kind of venom glands. So it's proving that, showing that while like even say a lot of innocuous lizards have this. The fact is though that yeah, it's a necrotic venom. Yeah, it's a necrotic venom. So, but they've now discovered that a lot of, say, lizards have these venom glands, but at the same time too, they are not medically significant to humans in most cases. So, but this is true of like, for example, they used to think that garter snakes didn't have venom. They have venom. You didn't know that? Yeah, they have venom. Yeah, garter snakes have venom. It's just not medically significant to humans. It's significant to insects. Yeah, we like the little guys. Yeah, garter snakes are fine. Yeah, most snakes have a venom of some kind. It's just not medically significant to people. Mama, it's just not powerful enough to affect humans. It's a different kind of venom. You know, here's the thing. Even if they like really sort of bite it into you, actually there have been people that have had adverse reactions to garter snake venom. But they kind of brought it on themselves, to be honest. But most venom is prey specific. Now, there's some venom that, you know, affects humans that is not prey specific. Like, probably the most notable of this is, say, the Sydney funnel web spider. It doesn't affect most mammals. Sydney funnel web does not affect smaller invertebrates or smaller vertebrates like rodents. Not affect rodents. Does not affect cows. Does not affect horses. But it affects primates. So, oh yeah, it's totally aggro. But there's no known reason why, say, the Sydney funnel web venom affects primates. But it does. Really, really affects primates. So, yeah. Jonathan Walker. All venom is modified saliva with enzymes. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Next one here. Richard Clemon for $10. Thank you so much for that super chat. Is there any archaeological evidence for the United Monarchy? Thank you very much. Yes, there is some archaeological evidence for the United Monarchy. You have the Tel Dan stela that talks about the House of David. You do have, for example, the abacadary evidence that we do see now in sort of the outer extremities of the United Monarchy. So yeah, there's archaeology now, and frankly, at this point, most scholars will do accept that there was a United Monarchy. under the kings of Saul, David, and Solomon. And for a very, very short time, Rehoboam. So, yeah, how's the kettle? Boy, that was just stupid. That was just stupid. Okay, so yeah. There is some evidence for the United Monarchy, and there's not a lot of evidence. We got more evidence for David than we actually do for Solomon, but okay, next super chat here is from Rich Clement again. For $10, thank you for the super chat. Are there any good books, documentaries, or podcasts about the historical kingdoms of Judah and Israel that you would recommend? Thank you very much. Not off the top of my head. I don't keep up on documentaries really or podcasts. Good books. Not off the top of my head. I can't think of any good books on that per se. Strictly on that topic. What's her name? Mazar might have written a book on this. Not Amahai, his daughter. What was her name? I can't remember her name now. It was Elat, I think. He might have written a book on this. But that would be who I'd recommend, probably, if there was anyone who could write a good book on the United Monarchy. But I don't know any good books on the United Monarchy off the top of my head. So, if you're interested in, say, the chronology of the kingdoms of Judah and Israel, I could recommend Edwin Thiele's book, which is The Mysterious Numbers of the Kings. That's probably the best book, especially if you read the second or third editions of that book, on basically the chronology of the historical kingdoms. But as for the actual foundations and the evidence for the historical kingdoms, I don't know of any off the top of my head. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. What's the reasonable cause of Jericho's walls falling? Bad workmanship. Sloppy workmanship. Okay. Here's the thing. Jericho's walls, at the time of, say, the conquest, was a casemate wall. It was a casemate wall. Now, the way a casemate wall works is you do two walls. Okay? Two walls made of mud brick. And then you fill the in between the two walls with rubble. And that makes one big solid wall. The problem here is that people don't behave the way you want them to behave. So what happened is the people in Jericho started digging out the rubble and living between the walls. Okay? So they're making home between the walls. BC, the walls of Jericho did not meet code. No. Okay, so you get these people who are building homes, scooping all the rubble out. Now, once you scoop the rubble out of a casemate wall, it loses all its strength. Yeah. Barney walls. Ooh, Barney rubble walls. Okay, so if you scoop all the fill between a set of casemate walls, it loses its integrity. It loses its strength. It becomes very, very brittle at that point. So, what was the reasonable cause of Jericho's walls falling down? The fact you had people living inside of them, undermining their integrity. That's the reason. Yeah, they scooped that rubble out to expand their living space. Yeah. They might have even taken off a few layers of bricks. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Mama says here, one of the one wonders if 7 days of marching around it with trumpets was to make people flock to the walls to watch them, thus causing their collapse. It could be. That could be. You know, that is not an unreasonable thing to say. You know, they've scooped out the walls. You have all these people pressing up against the outer wall to look outside. Because they made windows. They took out pieces of mud brick to make windows to look outside. Because we know this because Rahab lowered the spies out of one of her windows. It's a big window, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you know, they've weakened those walls already by scooping out the rubble, by cutting windows into it. Now they're all watching those Israelites march around yet again. Yeah, so it's totally reasonable to think that them pressing against those walls as they are sort of lined up to get a look caused them to collapse. Totally reasonable. So that is actually probably the best explanation for the collapse of the walls of Jericho. People weakening the walls by living in them, expanding their living space, cutting out more of the mud brick, and then making windows, and then pressing against the walls. Okay, Steve K here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What's your view of God hardening Pharaoh's heart? Did he take away free will? No, he didn't take away free will. The text says in several places, Pharaoh hardened his heart. Pharaoh hardened his heart, he hardened his heart, then God hardened his heart. Okay? So, in the case of, say, Pharaoh had a lot of free will here. But there comes a point where God will sometimes say to you, okay, you've made several choices of free will here. Now, we're going to make sure you double down on that choice. Pharaoh had his free choice. And he did so several times. So, BC says, the word for harden is the same as honor, as in harden, honor your father and mother to make heavy kavod. But it's not the only word for harden. There's actually, the text in Exodus uses 3 different words for this, I believe. Let me see if I can find this. And they're different. They're all different. We'll pull up the Bible here. Exodus 4:21 says, but I will harden his heart. Okay, this is the Lord saying to Moses, Kazak, which is a to make firm, strong, strengthen. Exodus 7:3, I will harden Pharaoh's heart. This is kazah, to be hard, severe, or fierce. So we want to strengthen. This one here is to make severe or fierce. 7:13, yet Pharaoh's heart was hardened. There's that kazak. Again, be strong, be strengthened. Exodus 7:22. But the magicians of Egypt did the same with their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. There's that strengthened again. Exodus 8:15. But when Pharaoh saw that there was relief, he hardened his heart. Now here we get kavod, to make heavy, make weighty. So we got several different forms of a word that's synonyms, but with different nuances of meaning here that's being applied to the hardening of Pharaoh's heart. One where it's say to strengthen his heart, make it more robust, make it more resolute. So he's making his heart more resolute, and then he's making it more severe, and then finally more weighty. So more difficult to move. So there's various different nuances of the hardening of Pharaoh's heart that's being used here. So yeah, it's very interesting that the text here is switching between various forms of to harden. So God doesn't take away his free will. He just says, okay, you hardened your heart, now I'll harden your heart. He's affirming his choices. He's affirming his free will. He's respecting. This respects Pharaoh's free will. It doesn't take away his free will. It's saying, okay, you've made this decision. You've made it twice. We're going to respect that. You can keep on hardening your heart all you want, because you would decide that anyway. That's not taking away his free will. It's affirming it. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Did people in the ancient Near East steal sacrificing converters for the palladium? Gotta remind myself here, what's a palladium? Okay, a cult image used for safety. Yeah, I'm not really sure what he means by this. The palladiums are used in classical antiquity, so I'm not really sure how this would apply. Oh, is it it's a catalytic converter joke? Oh, jeez. Catalytic converter joke. You mean like palladium the element? Oh no, joke gone very wrong. Well, there is a palladium that is referenced in antiquity. And just looking this up on Wikipedia, in Greek and Roman mythology, a palladium was a cult image of great antiquity on which the safety of Troy and Rome was said to depend. Ooh. Ooh. So bad. So easy to misinterpret. So easy. PC, I had no idea. Wow. So you learned something. You be a smartass, you learned something. Mama says, yeah, I was actually thinking of the ancient reference, not the metal. Well, I knew it more by the metal. I'm not an antiquity classical antiquity scholar, so for me this is just like, what's that? Jack Ray, I was in on the joke. Well, you would be. I mean, I was aware of palladium as the element being used in catalytic converters, but I'm not sure how that sacralizing converter. But I also know too that there was a palladium, that is the metal's named after. The metal's named after the palladiums of classical antiquity, but I don't know very much about those. Okay, next one by BC for $5 Australian. Thank you so much for the super chat. Is there anything we can get you to make life more comfortable? Air conditioner, air purifier, year's supply of bunny cookies. Ooh. We'll think about that. Yeah, we might take you up on the bunny cookies because that's not asking for us. The bunny would appreciate that a lot. We'll see. We'll see, though. We will think about this, and we will maybe put a public Amazon list up, and we'll see. Mrs. Producer would love blackberry sage. Is it blackberry sage tea? Blackberry sage tea from the Republic of Tea. She would love that. I think you got still a few bags left, but not very many. Okay. Oh, by the way, if the Hermit is listening, that beef jerky was incredibly good. Wow. That Striding Hermit guy, Striding Hermit, if you're hearing this, that beef jerky was incredible. Wow, that was good stuff. And we're drinking the coffee right now, and that's also exceptionally good. Yeah, it was Wagyu beef jerky with dill. Really delicious. It was really delicious. So thank you again, Striding Hermit, for that care package. Absolutely wonderful. We really appreciate it. But as far as the Amazon wish list, we'll see what we can come up with. BC, OMG, I want jerky now. Oh yeah, you so want this. This stuff is just amazing. Mama goes, what tea again? She likes the raspberry sage tea from the Republic of Tea. Or sorry, blackberry sage tea from the Republic of Tea. Okay, I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Very helpful right now since things are not as since we've been sort of shadow banned. So thank you so much for your support of the channel. We so really appreciate it. Okay, we got a member question here from Mama. And she asks, and I'm so glad you and the family are here tonight. Non-fiction books that changed your life positively. In your wheelhouse or out, any subject you or your producer. I'm looking to build a winter reading list. Highly value your opinion. Thanks. Wow. That is a tough question. Yeah, my wife likes Systematic Theology by Wayne Grudem. There was a book on Lordship Theology that we had read a long time ago, and I forget who it was. That was an odd find. We got it from a discard at a public library. I don't even remember the name of it. But it really changed how I viewed salvation. No, it wasn't by MacArthur. No, it wasn't by MacArthur. It was a minor author of some kind. It was a really small book. It was only about, like, 60 pages. But, you could finish it in one sitting, but it sort of changed my perspective on what salvation meant. The whole idea of Jesus is Lord. So that was probably the one that really changed my life as far as and I read this thing in my late early 30s. It's my early 30s. So yeah, it was in Minnesota. We got this one in Minnesota. Minnesota was a strange place. We were we had I had a contract in a work contract in Rochester, Minnesota, where I worked at IBM. And at that particular time, like 4 of the 6 seminaries in the area had like shuttered their doors, and they were selling all these books from the theology seminaries at these used bookstores. So Kiara and I would go we'd make this our hobby. After I got home from work, we would go from used bookstore to used bookstore to used bookstore, buying out all these theology books from these various used bookstores that had bought out these seminary collections. And as I said, one of them happened to be something that had made it to this public library, and we just picked this one up, and it was a life changer for us. It was a life changer for us. But nonfiction books, most of my books right now, I don't have physical copies of them anymore. I have pretty much converted most of my books now to electronics, so it's hard for me to recommend huge numbers of books that I would say have changed my life positively, because every little book I read changes my life in some small way. So, so I think that it's one of those things where once you read enough books, sort of the paradigm changing books don't get past the paradigm changing, world changing books. Okay, your worldview is not going to change a lot the more you read. You're just going to start. The more you read, you're going to start reading, getting incremental changes. Okay, so so it was one of those things where I can't really recommend you too many life changing books, because I will say one. Okay, I will give you one. I will give you one that changed my life. It was called "The Problem of Being Christian" by what's his name? Just a second. I'll find the author here for you in just a second. Kierkegaard. Soren Kierkegaard. It's an excellent book. Now, for those of you who don't know, Soren Kierkegaard was an existentialist. He was a philosopher, but he was also a Christian. And he had problems as a Christian going along with the state church. Okay? So, but he wrote this meditation on being a Christian when you disagree and are in conflict with authority and with, say, even church authority. So, The Problem of Being Christian was a book that was very influential to me in my 20s. Kierkegaard, I don't read his existentialist stuff. And this book is not existentialist. It's not an existentialist book. It's the book on being a believing Christian when times are hard. So that's what I would recommend here, is The Problem Being Christian by Soren Kierkegaard. That was probably the most life-changing book for me. Everything else is probably incremental changes. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. It's a difficult question, especially if you read voluminously, because there isn't a lot of single books that are going to change your life radically. Yeah. It's easier to read name 100 books than that affected you incrementally than it is to name, say, one book that sort of changed your life. Okay, so yeah, I wish we knew the title of the author, but I don't. Okay, BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Since Melchizedek seems to be a legitimate priest to God, can we assume then that God was relating to the people of Canaan for a long time, thus justifying his judgment on them for rejecting his ways? Oh yeah. God does seem to intervene into the affairs of Canaan during the time of at least the time of Abraham, and possibly before then. So there does seem to be this idea that God, in the form of El Elyon, was in communion with the people of Canaan. But also we have to keep in mind, too, that the people of Canaan undergo this sort of incursion from the outside. So between the time of Abraham and, say, the Israelite conquest, there's this sort of political and cultural upheaval that happens in Canaan. This is when the Amorites go from, say, just being sojourners in Canaan, and at the time of Melchizedek and of Abraham, the Amorites are more or less just sojourners. But they're going to take over cities, they're going to establish political authorities, they're going to create a network of confederacy of kingdoms, and they're going to introduce, say, abominable practices. So there does seem to be a time when there was a kind of pious patriarchal religion that was in Canaan, say, prior to the arrival of, or at least the dominance of, the Amorites. Because what we're told here in the text is, we're not told that Israel will return when the iniquity of the Canaanites is complete. We're actually told that Israel will return when the iniquity of the Amorites is complete. Okay? So, in many ways, it's the Amorites that bring the downfall of the local population to the Israelites. Because the Amorites come in, they set up their kingdoms, they establish their religious practices, they do their child sacrifices and their abominations, and that's what sort of brings the hammer down on them. Yeah, Messianic Talmud goes, is that what God was referring to when he said that the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete? Yes. That's exactly what he meant. So at the time of Abraham, the Amorites are just sojourners. They're just sojourners. They're sort of milling around Canaan with a bunch of other people, like the Hittites and the Girgashites and all those other guys. So Amorites are just one people group wandering around, but they're going to take over. And it's that drift, that iniquity, that drift away from the worship of El Elyon into, say, that whole those foreign idols and the child sacrifices and all those other things, the barbarities of the Amorites. And the book of, say, Joshua mentions several of those barbarities. So absolutely, that's what God was talking about when he said the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. So when that happens, when that iniquity is complete, then the conquest becomes justified. So it's not that the Amorites here are an innocent party. They're start out worshiping El Elyon, and then they're going to be moving towards these abominations upon abominations. At that point, the Israelites come in, and God renders his judgment upon their iniquities. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much, BC, for that question. Really appreciate it. BC for $2 Australia says propinquity, and I think this, what does that regard to again? Propinquity 1015. Propinquity. I think we were talking at that point. Are we talking about the 1015 here? Yeah, probably when we were talking about how the Song of Moses, Song of the Sea, sort of correlated with the establishment of Israelite settlements in the mid-12th century. Okay, so thank you very much, BC, for that super chat. We really appreciate it. Paul for $19.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Joseph married an Egyptian. Yes. The daughter of the priest of On. Yes. On is the transliteration of Ianu, which is Heliopolis. Why are Ephraim and Manasseh considered Jewish, since Jewishness comes from the mother's side? History. This is why. Okay. Jewishness only was considered from the mother's side beginning with Talmudic Judaism. Okay? Rabbinic Judaism is what starts this. Prior to Rabbinic Judaism, which is the fall of the temple in 70 AD, all the lines of Jewish ancestry was patrilineal. It was patrilineal, not matrilineal. Okay? But what happens is, during the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, and then finally the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135, I think it's 135. A lot of Jews get diasporized across the Roman Empire. Parental lineage at that point becomes uncertain. So the rabbis start to make a ruling that to be qualified as a Jew is no longer sufficient for it to be patrilineal, but matrilineal. It's the only way you can be sure that the child is from a Jewish parent. Yeah, before DNA testing, you could never know who the father was. So, with the diaspora, it became important to establish Jewish pedigree through the mother. So, Mama says, were people in just many unfaithful relationships back then? No, it was more than that. It was the fact that, in the case of, say, diasporized communities, some were enslaved, some were, um, essayed during, forcible relocation. So there were a lot of people whose parentage were not exactly certain. So it wasn't that people were unfaithful, but the forcible relocation of people groups caused that, caused there to be certain things happening that are really unfortunate. Mama says, oh man, that is so sad. Yeah, it is. It is. So, but at the time of Joseph, to be considered to be a relative of Joseph and Jacob, that was all patrilineal. And it remained patrilineal until Rabbinic Judaism. And then once Rabbinic Judaism started making its ruling, they changed it from patrilineal to matrilineal. Okay? Which is why we see expressions like, of the where, say, in, say, the Old Testament, there's an emphasis on one's pedigree being the one of your fathers, not your mother's. So, Gandalf the Based, I don't think we discussed enough just how much Rabbinic Judaism is different from ancient Judaism. No, we don't. No, we don't talk about that at all. Yeah. Judaism has greatly fallen away to an extreme degree more than people think. They need the gospel. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. It's not the same religion. Judaism, Rabbinic Judaism, is not Israelite religion. It's completely different. Even some things like that you would think is like pre-temple exemptions, or like pre-temple practice, like, for example, Passover. Okay, like the Passover laws, where each house is supposed to take a lamb and slaughter it. The fact that the temple is no longer there shouldn't matter for that, because that is pre-temple. That's tabernacle practice. But now, with Rabbinic Judaism, you're not supposed to eat lamb at the Passover, because you can't take that lamb up to the temple for it to be slaughtered. But that was only an accommodation that was made because the temple was there. It should have fallen back to its previous precedent, which is the tabernacle practice. But instead, what the rabbis have said is you can't eat lamb at Passover. You have to eat chicken or brisket. Beef. So, this is one of those things that is just really crazy, but it's, and it's not just that. I mean, there's a lot of these little tiny practices that have been changed because of Rabbinic Judaism. Like, for example, the whole temple sacrifice now. Okay, sins were covered by the temple. What do you do about the sins now? You know, Rabbinic Judaism doesn't have a new covenant. What do you do about sins? Oh, I can forgive it in my heart. When is that a practice in the Old Testament? You know, when did that happen? It happened with Rabbinic Judaism. There's no temple to cover over sin. So, yeah, a lot of stuff changed in Judaism because of Rabbinic Judaism. Bonbon says, and it's good to see you here tonight. Glad you could make it. He goes, OMG, I was trying to make this point to other Jews. I was literally telling them Judaism used to be more patrilineal. and they were gaslighting me. Oh my gee. You know what? You can read it in the Bible. It's everywhere in the Old Testament. It's so everywhere. Yeah, the sons of Abraham, the sons of Israel, the sons of Jacob. It's Bnei Israel. It's everywhere. You look at the genealogies. It's all fathers. All the Toledotes are fathers, with a few exceptions. It's crazy. It's crazy how they gaslight you over this. I know. Bauman says, Dr. Falk, there's one group of Jews, though, which had both the Torah and the Talmud and still held on to the patrilineal line. They're called the Kaifeng Jews of China. Yeah, I've heard of these. You do get these small sort of enclaves of Jews that sort of take bits and pieces of different practices. So that doesn't surprise me, really. And the more isolated they are, the more they seem to hold to, say, how do I say this, more orthodox practices. And I don't mean this in a large O, but small as in consistent with the Old Testament. It's just really, really bizarre, but yeah. BC, brisket, yeah. Mama says, wow, kind of a big change. It is a big change, yeah. Gandalf the Base says, post 300 AD, the teachings got severely messed up. There are dark things in modern Judaism that is incredibly sinful. The 300s changed so much. And here's the thing, too. Judaism is not static. Judaism has been under constant change ever since Rabbinic Judaism. Kabbalah. Let's throw in a little bit of Gnosticism. That'll be fun. I mean, I've heard Jewish rabbis say, "Oh, you should read Kabbalah, but wait till you're 40 to read Kabbalah." How about not read that garbage? It's crazy Gnostic junk. Very popular it's popular in Hollywood. It's popular at theologically liberal Jewish schools. Yeah. Bauman says, the story behind Kabbalah is actually so funny and ridiculous, especially Zohar. Yeah, well. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Gandalf the Base. Ancient Jews would see modern Jews as apostates. Yeah, they would. Yeah, there's no relationship between ancient Israelites and modern Jews. There just isn't. Don't mess with the Zohar. Okay. So anyway, Paul, thank you very much for that super chat. But that's why Jewishness is a change with Rabbinic Judaism. It's not something you find in ancient Israelite religion or ancient Israelite culture. So, hope that helped. Thank you so much for that super chat. Okay, Mama for $5 asks a fun question here. Ever watch the British TV show Primeval, specifically Series 3, Episode 1? Oh yeah, I did. Egyptian hieroglyphs, idol statuaries, time travel, dinos, 2000 CGI. Yes, I loved that show. Yes, I did watch it. I did watch the Alligator God episode of Primeval. It was so fun. So fun. I got a real kick out of it. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. Okay, well, thank you very much for that super chat. But yeah, I did see that, and I did see that episode, and it was pretty crazy. It was so fun though to watch that. I still like that show. I still watch it on occasion. Okay, next super chat here is from BC for $10 Australian. And this looks like our last super chat for the night, which is great because we're almost at midnight here. And he asks, if people think all of Revelation has been fulfilled already, what the heck is the current earthly nightmare? It sure don't feel like Jesus is back and has established his kingdom. Oh boy. Full preterism. Okay. This idea of full preterism, and it is a very popular idea right now. The idea is that the book of Revelation was all fulfilled at AD 70. Christ came back at AD 70. And we are living in the glorious hereafter of Christ's glory as we sit here on the brink of World War III. Oh, yeah, this is...
Most people are homeless.
Yeah, Mama says talk about gaslighting. Yeah, it's full preterism. It's a heresy. It's an eschatological view that is actually a heresy, and the reason why is because one of the essentials of the Christian faith is the second coming of Jesus Christ. It is one of the essential doctrines of the Christian faith. Now they try to get around by saying that Christ has already come back. But the fact is that Christ is coming back to judge the living and the dead. There's no way full preterism can accommodate that. And I've seen the antics of full preterists, try to explain the whole book of Revelation away through the lineage of Roman emperors and all of that, but it still fails the ultimate test of that the coming of Jesus Christ will be the consummation of history. Oh yeah, everyone's going to know it. Yeah.
That's not the myth.
Oh yeah. Christ said, if someone says that I am in the upper room, do not go. If someone says that I am in the desert, Christ is in the desert, do not go. Do not believe them. For just as lightning in the east is seen in the west, so shall be the coming of the Son of Man, second coming of the Son of Man. Everybody will know. Everybody will know Christ returns. The people will see it and they will weep. The nations will weep. The fact is that the return of Christ is going to be it's going to be world changing. Now, here's the thing. In some respects, like, we had no idea what the first coming of Christ was going to be like. If you were living in the first century, Bon, you still have time for a super chat. It's not too late yet, but if you were living in the first century, let's say you were living before, in the BC era, so first century BC, you had no idea how the coming of Christ was going to change the world. And it radically changed the world. Coming of Christ toppled empires. It toppled empires. It transformed societies. It abolished slavery ultimately. It changed the way we did things in the world. Created a middle class. It provided a foundation for a scientific and industrial revolution. And it changed things so radically that nobody in the first century BC could have predicted. I mean, you had a few people in the first century that was saying, "Oh yeah, coming a Messiah, he's gonna defeat the Romans. He's gonna overthrow the Romans." That was their idea of this is what's going to be like after Messiah comes. After Messiah comes, he's going to overthrow the Romans, and everything will be hunky dory in Judea. Israel's going to be a theological monarchy again, and everything's going to be just hunky dory. Yeah, Christians need to get rid of that thought too, but yeah. Gandalf the based. It changed the way we view women, middle class, education, Western society, Magna Carta, English law, charity, Mama continues, orphanages, hospitals, crisis pregnancy charity. Yeah. Messianic Talmud. It vanquished paganism, and it made it look absurd to worship idols. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had told somebody in the first century BC this was going to happen, nobody would have believed you. Nobody would have believed it. Because it was the turning of an entire world upside down. When Christ returns the second time, it's going to make the first coming look like an eyedropper in the ocean. The second coming is going to radically change it again. There's no way we can predict what the outcome of the second coming is going to look like. Oh, we got hints. We got hints. We got hints of unprecedented peace, unprecedented human flourishing, whatever that's going to look like. We have no idea what that's going to look like. Human longevity. We got hints that human longevity is going to vastly increase. We don't even know what that's going to look like for a society or a culture. Yeah. If the first coming of Christ was like a firecracker, the second coming is going to be like an atom bomb. It's going to be like an atom bomb. It's going to transform this world like you cannot even imagine. It's going to transform it physically, spiritually, ethically, religiously. Well, I don't know if Amazon will still exist after it, but hey, Christ is going to wipe out all evil. Gandalf the Base, it literally shifted the culture away from an honored and shame culture. The coming of Christ was a bomb that had a blast radius in history and humanity that was so immense. We track our calendars to it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But the second coming is going to even be more radical. More radical. There's a prophecy that after Christ comes, that if a man dies at 100, he'll be considered to be a mere infant, mere child. So, Canada Post will be reformed. Well, that would be something. That would be a miracle. That would probably require the second coming. If Canada Post was reformed, definitely I would be starting to look up in the sky.
Yeah, we'll start.
We'll all be getting nervous if Canada Post becomes reformed. That is, I think, one of the assignments of the apocalypse. Canada Post got reformed. Bonbon says some people say the second coming should have happened soon after the first coming, and it's the only way you can make sense of Christian ethics. I know some people say that, but it's not really what Christ said. Like, what, for example, Christ said that it will not be until this ganao passes, this generation, but not just generation, it's an ethos. A ganao is not just, say, a generation, but an ethos, a way of thinking. Okay? But there's more than that that's going on here, too. The second coming won't happen until the fullness of the Gentiles is complete. Once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete, all bets are off. I think we're getting very close to that, too, yeah. Yeah, once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete, that's it. The clock starts running. Mama says, I'm not seeing comments despite refreshing like crazy. Change your view to live chat instead of top chat. You'll find that you'll see everything then. Yeah, changing your chat to live chat. Yeah, definitely do that. So okay, and I saw one more here from yeah, this is one of those tricks you'll learn early on when you start doing YouTube, is you changed it to like, I don't know why they defaulted to top chat, other than they always change it to top chat. Yeah. It's a setting that they do for the big channels. Big channels always do the top chat, but on a smaller channel like this where we look at every comment, we change that to live chat and it just doesn't stick. Okay, we have a $2 Canadian super chat here from Bonbon. Thank you very much for the super chat. Should we view secular liberalism as a Christian heresy? Oh yes. Oh yes. It is a Christian heresy. Everything that we would say is essential to the Christian faith, secular liberalism tends to, at least religious let's talk about let's talk here more about religious liberalism. Secular liberalism is not really a Christian heresy. Okay? Secular liberalism is just secularism. Secular humanism. That's all secular liberalism is. Okay? Religious liberalism or Christian liberalism, that's a Christian heresy. But secular liberalism, that's secular humanism. That's not Christian at all, never was Christian. It's not heresy. It's something else. It's its own thing. Religious liberalism or Christian liberalism, yeah, that's a Christian heresy. And the reason why is they would deny everything. Well, yeah, a lot of them do. He says, yeah, it's here. Secularism contains a lot of Christian principalisms, though, yeah. You know what? You get a lot of Christian, what's called, say, nominalism. Yeah, you get Christian principles in paganism, too. So, secular liberalism has basically adopting the Christian ethics from the culture. So they don't have Christian beliefs. They're just sort of adopting what's in the culture already. Now, say Christian liberalism, they understand that there are Christian beliefs, they just deny them. Like the virgin birth, the resurrection, the the incarnation, the salvation by grace through faith. All of those things we would consider to be essential to Christian theology and Christian religion. Christian liberalism denies those things. Secular liberalism denies those things too, but secular liberalism never claimed to be Christian. Okay? Get off the base. Christian liberalism is the same thing as saying, I am a vegan and eat meat. Yeah. Yeah, I'm vegan and I like my steaks rare. Bonbon says, it looks like it has roots in Christianity. They literally took all the principles of Christianity, decontextualized that, and discarded God because even God no longer met the criteria for their ethics. And in a lot of cases, that's true. But then again, too, a lot of secular liberals also are basically inculcated in the culture. They're fish swimming in the culture. So they're breathing the same water we are. Yeah.
Is our
What was his name now? Richard Dawkins. You know, Richard Dawkins used to really hate on Christians until he started encountering Muslims. And once he started to seeing the influence of Muslim culture on England, Richard Dawkins went from hating on Christians to saying he's a cultural Christian. He likes the trappings of the culture. He likes the nominalism. He likes the ethics of Christianity. He likes what Christianity does for society. Yeah, Voltaire made that point too. Yeah.
There's a
Yeah. Yeah. Harry Stark says Dawkins now self-identifies as a cultural Christian. Yeah. He also says Muslims scared the heck out of him. Yeah, it did. It did. He saw what a non-Christian religion with non-Christian ethics is going to do to a society like England. Mm-hmm.
but they have that all have other
Bauman says it's always funny how secular liberalism believes that their ethics is the one and true one. Well, yeah, they are very doctrinaire, but they can't justify it. No, they can't, because if they try to justify it, they have to show it comes from Christianity. So it's an issue. AD Ministries, good morning, beautiful people. Well, good time to see you. We missed you. Where have you been? Where have you been, man? Mama says, hey, AT Ministries, you've been missed. Life as well, I hope. You just caught us at the very end here. We just finished our last super chat, so I don't think we have any non-super chats, I don't think. I think we've been taking them all night, so because the number of super chats is down, number of questions is down, so we've just been taking everything as they come along. Handle the base. I had one. Okay. Question? What time? What's the timestamp? BC. AT went for a ride in the stolen ox cart. Okay, Gandalf is reposting. Yeah. Okay, Harry Stark asks, and I'll just take this one. How would David respond to say everything went south in the 4th century with Constantine? It didn't. Just changed. Here's the thing. Constantine gets blamed for everything. He gets blamed for everything. He gets blamed for basically inventing the Bible. He gets blamed for making Christianity the state religion. None of that's true. It's just a myth that sort of people who don't know their history keep floating around. Constantine did not have any involvement in the creation of canon. He did not have any influence over, say, the making of Christianity a state religion. None of that is true, and it's been debunked by historians over and over and over again. But it's a favorite sort of talking point. It's a talking point for certain skeptics, and it just betrays the idea of historical ignorance. That's all. Okay, so next one here, and this will be probably our final question for the night, unless something comes in the last moment, because this is our final question. Yeah, it's very Richard Carrier-esque. Richard Carrier-esque. Okay, Gandalf the Base asked, probably will be our final question for the night here, unless something pops up. What is the fullness of the Gentiles? Okay, interesting question. This is referred to in, I believe, the Book of Romans. And the Book of Romans talks about, say, the regrafting of the branch of grafting of the Gentiles onto the branch, the tree of Israel. Okay, and basically the hardness of the Jews. Okay, the idea is that the gospel went first to the Jews, then to the Samaritans, then to the Gentiles. Okay, now once it went to the Gentiles, it sort of took off with the Gentiles. And Paul describes us as being a branch that's grafted onto the tree of Israel. But God is not done with Israel. God is not done with them. After the fullness of the Gentiles, the branch of Israel will be regrafted onto its tree. And Paul makes the statement that if a foreign branch from another tree is grafted onto the tree, how much easier is it to graft a branch from the original tree back on? Okay? So, it's the idea here that Israel will be saved once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete. The nations, there's a set number. There's a set number of Gentiles that have to come and know Jesus. Okay? We're not told how long that takes. Just that there's a set number. And then once that number is full, then there will be this ingathering of Jews who come to Jesus. And then the end will come. So, that is what's meant by the fullness of the Gentiles. And basically, there's this war going on between the spirit critters of darkness and the forces of God. And they're basically fighting over that fullness of the Gentiles. Okay? So, that fullness of the Gentiles is basically the forces of darkness are trying to kick that can down the road. Delay that fullness as long as possible. Because once that number comes in, it triggers a series of events. A series of events that cannot be stopped. The forces of darkness know this. God's side knows this. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows the rules of the game. They're now just sort of trying to win it. Each side is trying to win the game in their own particular way. BC goes, how many is it? We don't know. We're not told. Nobody knows the number except God the Father. Maybe the Son. But God alone knows the number of the fullness of the Gentiles. So anyway, that's what the fullness of the Gentiles is. It's a set number that's known only to God that basically says, if we get this number of Gentiles, the regrafting of Israel commences at that point. And that triggers the rest of end time events. Okay, so I think that's pretty much that's our last question. So we are going to call it a night at this point. So we've had our weird foodie section. We had a weird foodie section tonight. Oh boy. Okay, so I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. I want to thank those who support us through the super chats and through donations on PayPal. We really appreciate the donations to PayPal because for us that's tax free. We really appreciate that, so that gives us a little extra money, and we could really use that at the moment. So we would appreciate that. We also want to thank those who watch, are part of our Patreon and are who support us through YouTube memberships, because you guys pay for the keeping the equipment maintained and running. So thank you very much for that. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button and the bell notification, and who share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you so much for joining us this live stream. It was a wild one as usual. And we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.